Great. Good morning and welcome to the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting for December 12th, 2019. Madam Clerk.
Item 1 on the
17th.
closed session agenda. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, Calaveras residents against commercial marijuana v. County of Calaveras, Board of Supervisors of Calaveras County et al., Calaveras County Superior Court case number 19CV44446.
Any public comment on this item? Seeing none.
Item 2, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, Calaveras Planning Coalition v. Calaveras Board of Supervisors et al., Calaveras County Superior Court case number 19CV44471.
Public comment? Seeing none.
Item 3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, one case pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4.
Public comment? Seeing none.
Item 4, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, one case pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2.
Public comment? Seeing none, we will go to closed session returning at 9 o'clock. Thank you. Good morning and welcome back to the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting for December 17, 2019. If you are able, will you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Let us begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Announcements. This is a time for county staff to provide updates of upcoming county events that may be of interest to the public.
We'll announce that. Good morning, Sheriff.
Morning, Board, Chair. How are we doing this morning? Sheriff DiBasilio.
Just trying to make sure, I had to check the rank to make sure the guy walking in.
Same guy.
Welcome, Sheriff.
It's Movember.
It was.
Well, that's right, it was. Well, we're going to the 20th,
Okay.
so I'm hoping to win.
I'm seeing a lot of your deputies running around with those as well.
That's why. Yeah, we're going to go to the 20th. Jim Macedo brought it up, believe it or not. You actually see him, he has a pretty nice one. He's not here today, but he has a pretty good one going too.
Well, maybe there's something he wants to present to the board, and we'd all like to check it
I'm
out.
thinking about keeping it.
All right.
Something to hold on to.
Yeah.
I don't know why. Sure.
Yes, ma'am.
Why are y'all doing this?
November is what they call Movember. It's just, and I'm not sure what the meaning is behind it. I've never looked into it. Maybe John Osborne has a better idea because he's a big mustache guy.
It's for cancer awareness.
Is it? There you go. It's for cancer awareness. Thank you. I didn't know. I didn't know. I know that a lot of folks will grow their hair and then they'll shave it. I knew that was for cancer awareness, but I can't grow hair, so and some of us are challenged.
Yeah,
All of us are
I
challenged.
just donated what was left of mine.
Yeah, there you go. So what I wanted to say is kind of give you guys a little update. Last weekend, I participated in the Polar Express down in Valley Springs at Gold Creek. Brought my big bad Jeep down there and drug a trailer around with a bunch of kids in it, and we had a really good time. It was Saturday and Sunday event. But along with that, I had 5 guys working some overtime in 3 different vehicles. So we had 2 two-man cars and 1 one-man car. And I want to give you a few statistics of what that extra personnel on the streets was able to do. They pulled 47.7 grams of methamphetamine off the street, 8.5 pounds of marijuana. We had 4 arrests, several citations, a DUI turnover to CHP because they do DUIs. We towed 4 vehicles, and we averted a burglary in progress because we had extra staffing. So I'm just feeding you some information for what's to come later on. But just what the extra personnel can do in our community. So, thank you.
Thanks, Sheriff. Appreciate it. Other announcements from the board or staff? Ms. Davis?
I suspect Miss Davis would want to say the same thing I'm going to, so I'll let her go.
Probably not until the end. Mr. Stopper, Mr. Chair, honorable members of the board, I'm Leslie Davis, County Assessor, not nearly as exciting as the sheriff's announcement. Over the past few weeks, you've had a number of property owners come to you with concerns or comments about their assessed values. I think it's important to address a few of those points for folks who listen to your meetings via the internet. First, the assessed value is the lesser of factored base year value or current market value on January 1st. It's important to remember that when there are declines in value caused by economic conditions like the Great Recession or disasters like Butte Fire or Old Gulch, those reductions are temporary. When the market improves, assessed values will increase. Sometimes those increases are significant, and we do not control that market. Second, you might want to know that we have never received offers of help from the state, period. I've heard a rumor that we're increasing values because you have asked me to do that to improve your budget. That is not the case. I think you know. I don't take work direction from you, but I also think it's important to say out loud that not one of you has asked me to increase values to help the county budget. In the interest of transparency, I'd like to inform you that the inquiries by Ms. Sanchez, McBride, and Richmond led me to review their files in detail, and as a result of that, I noticed a consistent error that affects all properties damaged by the Butte fire. My staff inadvertently reduced the factored base year value of the land of all 2018 parcels that were affected by the fire. We'll be correcting that for the 2020 assessment roll, so those properties will see a 5 to 10% increase in their land value if they've been assessed at the factored base year value. Finally, concerns have been raised about people being assessed for property when they don't or didn't own it. The law is very clear about who is the assessee when we process a roll correction. We have become aware of a problem with our property tax software, and I'm working with the vendor to correct that. Basically, in the two cases I've reviewed, my staff assessed the property properly, and they notified the correct assessee of the increase consistent with state law. However, when the auditor's office processed that roll correction and issued the bill, the software overrode our roll correction on the tax roll side, and the bill was issued to the new owner. So if someone received a bill and believes they should not be responsible for it, they should call my office so that we can ascertain who the correct assessee is. We do understand that property tax law is complicated and not easily understood. I do want to shout out to my staff who are doing an outstanding job dealing with those complexities and answering any questions that might arise. Since I have another couple of seconds left in 3 minutes because I timed it, I also want to announce the tremendous loss to the county of your longest serving county employee. Yesterday, Donna Carollo, who has 42 years with Calaveras County, announced to me she'd be retiring at the end of this month. It will be a huge loss to many people who are used to coming into our office asking questions about how properties have been divided over the years or who owns property and dealing with title issues. I know that she's worked with all of you, probably Supervisor Callaway more than most, and I hope you join me in wishing her the very best. Since she told me yesterday I didn't have time to get a proclamation on your agenda, I think it's important to acknowledge the work that she's done on behalf of the county for more than 4 decades.
Thank you. Mr. Stopper?
I did want to bring up Donna Carrillo retiring also. 42 years with Calaveras County that's a long run and something to be appreciated. And in any case, when we lose valued employees like that, it's a loss of institutional knowledge of what things were done and why things changed throughout history, and it's appreciated. And it's too bad that we only have been noticed in such a short amount of time, or there would have been appreciation, a proclamation put forward.
Well, we can write one up.
I think that I speak for the board. I speak for the board in really thanking Donna for all her service to the county, and it's quite a record to do 42 years. So, yeah. Supervisor Mills?
Yeah, it's, if we could bring her back in January to have her personally receive a proclamation would probably be the better move. But thank you for your service, Donna, if you're listening.
Thank you. Other announcements? Very well. We'll report out on closed session and then move into public comment.
Report of today's closed sessions. Item 1, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, Calaveras residents against commercial marijuana v. County of Calaveras, Board of Supervisors of Calaveras County et al., Calaveras County Superior Court Case Number 19CV44446. On a motion by Supervisor Stopper and a second by Supervisor Callaway, the board voted unanimously to authorize County Council to engage Remy, Moose, and Manley to defend the county in the lawsuit. Item 2, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, Calaveras Planning Coalition v. Calaveras Board of Supervisors et al., Calaveras County Superior Court Case Number 19CV44471. On a motion by Supervisor Stopper and a second by Supervisor Toffenelli, the board voted unanimously to authorize County Counsel to engage the services of the law firm Remy, Moose, and Manley to defend the county in the lawsuit. Item 3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, one case pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4. There was no reportable action taken. And item 4, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, one case pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2. There was no reportable action taken.
Thank you very much. Move on to public comment. I think the clerk read in, but I think everybody's been here before, so we won't go over all the old rules. Madam Clerk?
Okay. Public comment. Any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the next order of business. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued as the last item of business in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of comments to be heard.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Hi.
And lead us off.
I'd like to talk about the internet and trying to find out about the effects of drugs on people's health. And I would like to say that I believe that there is a need for people to understand that when their body craves something, they're missing something in their diet or something is wrong, and to try to figure out what it is so that you can address it in a way that doesn't harm you or your brain. On the internet, if you look under addictions, you don't find a lot of helpful information. But if you look under inhibitions, you can find a whole lot of information about what drugs do and the troubles it causes our society. I believe that the healthcare system is impacted hugely by ignorance on the part of all of us, because by not knowing what you're doing when you're ingesting things, it doesn't matter what it is, chocolate candy bars. I love chocolate candy bars. I never bring chocolate candy bars home because however many I bring home, I will eat them all. Once in a while, I'll buy a little piece of chocolate, eat it, and I do not take that home. And this brings to mind that some of the drugs that are out there are put in food, and then you get somebody like me that likes whatever it is that it's in, and then you overeat it and you get an impact that you normally might not have gotten. And I believe that the healthcare system is in a train wreck waiting to happen. And I talked to someone this morning, and his son has been in the hospital for over a month.
Thank you very much. Speaker? Al?
Al Segallen, Taxpayer Association. Happy holidays. Several items, one of which is the lawsuits that are happening. From the perspective of the public and from the taxpayers, it's beginning to look a little bit dark. The lawsuit from the Planning Coalition addresses the general plan update. When you have a lawsuit against the county, the supervisors are kind of prohibited from discussing it because it's a matter under litigation. So this means that there can be public discussion, but there can't be any relationship with government about this because you're not allowed to talk about it. And since the lawsuit is pretty far-reaching and involves principally changing our form of government to expand the power of government over private property, it can be pretty serious to our economy and to our overall happiness. So I don't know the solution to it. Perhaps legal counsel, there must be some way to protect the public on these types of lawsuits, but it doesn't look good. And the other lawsuit from our friends with the marijuana ban people can have a similar effect on the passage of the regulatory ordinance that you passed. And while it's under litigation, you can't talk about it. You have to wait till the litigation is resolved. And so it cuts off the public and the taxpayers from having any public dialogue on this sort of thing. So we got a good hunk of what county business because of these lawsuits that are it actually shuts down government. On the comments from our sheriff, I was just delighted to see the good work he's doing. And one of the things that could be helpful to the public and the taxpayer, and maybe the news media, is to have a periodic report on the number of arrests, the conviction rate, these basic statistics that allows the public to know just what's happening with the sheriff and law enforcement. And this can also include jail population. We already know that women are discriminated against in the jail. There's 4-to-1 males to females. I don't know how you correct that. Thank you.
Thank you, Al. Appreciate it. Next public speaker?
Good morning, Board. My name's Mary Ellen Souza. Been here before. I'm a resident of District 2, Supervisor Garamendi's area, and also a resident of your entire county. I wanted to share just briefly an incident that happened to me a few weeks ago. Some of you have seen my friend and neighbor Diane Lawley here before with her German Shepherd service dog. His name is Ruzo. He's a 95-pound big dog, trained as a mobility assistance dog. A few weeks ago, I was working and walking Ruzo in downtown Mountain Ranch because Diane was unavailable that day for him. And we had walked and worked throughout my town. As I crossed Mountain Ranch Road and returned to the bike path with Ruzo, I heard a dog aggressing at me. I whirled around to see a large pit bull coming straight at us, teeth bared, hackles up. I grabbed Ruzo and pulled him behind me to protect him. I started yelling and hollering and kicking at this dog. There was no time to use anything other than my voice and my body to protect myself and the dog. Out of nowhere, the owner came running, hollering, kicked his own dog broadside, and sent the dog flying with a solid kick to the dog's ribs. I kept Ruzo close to me, checked him for any injuries. A woman going by in an SUV stopped to see if we were okay. The owner was apologizing profusely, and I was obviously shaken. Just recalling it now is pretty traumatizing, to tell you the truth. My brain kept going to what if. If that owner had not kicked that pit bull, who was clearly out of control, I don't know what would have happened. Russo behaved like the trained service dog that he is. He did not aggress, he did not respond, he did not return so much as a growl. But that pit bull did connect with his hind end. I checked him over at the scene, didn't find any injuries. The owner continued to apologize. But I took cell phone pictures of him, his truck, his Indiana license, and his California license plate on his vehicle. He had been putting up flyers to work as a handyman in Mountain Ranch. And so I had a positive identification on him. When Diane got home, I explained what had happened. I had searched Russo and didn't see any injuries. And we decided we'd report to animal control and the sheriff when the animal control opened 2 days later. So with all of that going on, the next morning, Diane called me early in the morning and found that she had found, in fact, a bite on Russo. He's a very long-haired, thick German Shepherd, and I hadn't seen it. We took him to the emergency room. He was treated for the trauma, and fortunately, he's recovering. By pulling him behind me, I know I saved him, but had that been Diane holding that dog, she likely would have been on the ground. It is not a far stretch to think that a dog aggressing completely unprovoked at a dog would attack. I'm sorry, I wanted to give you a solution to this. I will come back. It's a long story.
You can grab us some break as well. Thank you.
Good morning. Cynthia Sanchez, D2. For the past month, we have presented to all of you the unexplained, bizarre increases in property taxes, mainly in the Bern area. Leslie Davis was here earlier speaking at the podium. When you take an assessor map and you select 10 properties that are all connected, and 5 of the properties increase to the point of doubling in value both in land and structures, and 5 of the properties don't increase other than the normal 1 to 2%, this is considered normal. This situation, there is something wrong. The exact words stated directly from Lisa Thompson at the State Board of Equalization Taxpayer Rights Advocate Department, and I quote, "If one property value increases, then they all do. If one property decreases in value, then they all do." This was also reiterated by Mark Sutter. Assessed values are based on market value, but the real estate market does not reflect these increases. It appears that the homes that didn't burn in the fire are fireproof. This is the reason maybe they are increasing in value. Let me give you 3 examples. One individual, their land value went from $50,000 to $100,000. They only lost 5 acres of 40 acres. Their structure, their house, went from $212,000 to $410,000. Another individual, land value went from $45,000 to $90,000. House value went from $143,000 to $230,000. Another individual only lost property and outbuildings. Land value doubled from $40,000 to $87,000. Structures went from $130,000 to $289,000. On each assessor map, there is a tax area code rate. If you look at the code rates for 2016, they are higher than what they are in 2019. Now, we understand that the values are based on market value. But how can a property that has burnt, say, for example, losing all the trees but still has the house, how does the value of that house more than double after a fire? How does land value more than double after a fire if it is not based on what the real estate market is doing? Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez. Ms. McBride?
Good morning, Terry McBride, Mountain Ranch.
I understand Leslie was here. I'm sorry I missed that, but it sounds to me like she is once again blaming it on everyone else except looking in the mirror and accepting her own responsibility. We did file a request with the grand jury, got a confirmation they received it, didn't do a darn thing with it. Gotta wonder why. I mentioned last time that Los Angeles, a city of 4 million people, are only 1,800 behind. Calaveras County has about 46,000 people. We're 7,900 behind. The ability to bill people makes the tax collector's office look pretty awful. It's not their fault. They're really nice people there. They're billing the people for multiple years and expecting payment of all those years within one period of time. Most people can't do that. It's just a fact. You then risk loss of your home. You know, if you're 5 years behind on your taxes, it goes on the auction block. Folks need to know that. So they're dumping it on people. They're getting multiple supplemental bills, and I find it disgraceful. If all of a sudden you get caught up, then you need to allow residents a way to be able to make those payments. I think people will. I mean, none of us like paying taxes, but if it's reasonably explained and they're given a period of time to pay it, I think the majority of folks will, without wiping them out. When we speak to people, and believe you me, we've heard from a lot of folks that have been watching these videos. Of course, I started the Facebook page, Citizens Against Abusive Taxation. We are being told that when they go to the assessor's office for explanation of what's going on, they're met with rudeness. They're told, well, you have multiple lands, sell one of them so you can pay your taxes. What the heck is that about? And they're talking seniors when they're being told that. People that saved all their lives so that they could have what they have, and then they're told, well, just sell one of your pieces of land that you cherish so you can pay our outrageous taxes that are unfathomable and make no sense. Have you noticed houses selling like hotcakes? Neither have I, because they're not. They're going off the market is what's happening. People are just pulling them because they're not even getting bids. They're not even getting people offering to buy them right now. I ask once again, you're our representatives. Stand up, do some background check, find out what is going on, do a vote of no confidence, and ask for a resignation. It's about time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Closing public comment. I'll move on to the consent agenda.
Consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion.
Any member of the board wish to pull any item from the consent agenda? Seeing none, public? Seeing none, we will... Sheriff?
10.
Okay. Can I have bring it back? Is there a motion for the remainder?
Remove the
Moved
remainder.
by Supervisor Mills.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Stopper. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carries 5-0. And everybody leaves.
That's how it's done. Okay, item 10 is from the sheriff to authorize an interclass budget transfer from Object Code 5499, minor equipment, other, to Object Code 5701, capital equipment, increasing appropriations to capital assets by $8,555.98 in the Patrol Budget Unit 101-00320, and direct the Auditor Controller's Office to post said budget transfer and authorize the purchasing agent to adjust the final budget fiscal year 2019-2020 capital asset schedule accordingly.
Sheriff?
Good morning again. I just want to bring this to your folks' attention. I'm not disputing that it's a consent agenda item to the point to get it paid for. What happened was when we purchased some vehicles this past year, the sheriff's office, failed to put utility boxes in the beds of the truck. That's something that we've done because of the lack of space and their security. So we told the vendor to go ahead and pay for them, or to build them, and I was just going to pay with a credit card to get these paid for. It's like $4,000 a piece. They're pretty tough boxes. I was told by the auditor's office that she was not going to pay the bill because they are classified as a capital asset. I disagree. And if you read in the county's policy 3.28.032, it talks about capital asset, and it says the department head must verify that the funding in the department budget is available prior to any purchase. Equipment with a minimum value of $10,000 and a useful life of 1 year or longer shall be considered a capital asset. These are not $10,000 boxes. She sent me something in an email, and I don't know where she got it from, that says that basically capital assets are major assets that have an initial useful life that extend beyond a single fiscal period. I just want to bring it to your folks' attention that this is my budget, and I should be able to spend it the way I need. You folks give me that funding to do that. This is equipment. I'm looking at purchasing a couple of camper shells for our new F2 or F-150s for my EOD guys, so that they have more security in places to put there. Am I going to have to take these $1,000 items and come and ask you again to approve this? It's equipment. It can be moved from one unit to another. And I disagree with the fact that she's considering it a capital asset. I'm just, again, bringing it to your folks' attention in the amount of time that Oscar has to put this package together, bring it to the board for you guys to review it. I think it's not needed. So
You are supporting this item, though, correct, Sheriff?
Oh, I'm supporting the item, yes.
Okay.
It's just the way it's gone about having to be done is what I'm disagreeing with.
Understand.
All right, thank you.
Looks like our interim auditor controller would like a rebuttal.
Good morning, Board. What I had sent the sheriff was actually the approved, board-approved capital asset policy. And the reason, and we did pay this, we just need to fix the budget at this point. We would never not pay a valid claim against the county. The reason we needed it to post into capital is because one of our accounting procedures is to actually capitalize and depreciate any capital asset. And in past practice, these trucks in the prior year, all of them with the exception of these two, the capital asset included the boxes, and all of the future purchases includes the boxes. So these two would have been an audit finding had we not also capitalized them. So that's what the reason was.
Supervisor Mills?
Yeah. Ms. Gomes, do you think there's a need for a policy change here to help kind of clarify with the staff? Or
I don't believe that there needs to be a policy change. I will be reaching out to other county auditors to see how they handle specifically fully outfitted patrol vehicles, because I can't disagree that some of the items that go into or are added onto the vehicle would not meet the strict, such as camper shells, would not meet the strict qualification to be capitalized. And I certainly wouldn't think that a camper shell purchased 2 years or 1 year after a fully outfitted truck was purchased would need to be capitalized. However, in this instance, in the sake of having consistency in what we are capitalizing, those boxes, every truck at this point will probably be getting a box, and so it is part of what a fully outfitted vehicle is.
well, my point is, for inventory purposes, what the capital asset represents so that it doesn't take feet and walk into various areas or an unknown. It becomes an unknown. So
Right.
that's the reason for the question.
It's something I will be looking into.
Further questions from the board? Very well, I'll open this item up for public comment. I'd like to comment on this item. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for the discussion or a motion on item 10.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Stopper, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Toffenali. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carries 5-0.
Item 23 is from Human Resources, to adopt a resolution appointing Catherine S. Gomes to the position of Auditor Controller for the remainder of the current term.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Judy Hawkins, Human Resources and Risk Director. And we are bringing before you a resolution recommending the appointment of Kathy Gomes to the position of Auditor Controller. The screening committee held interviews on December 3rd, and they had unanimously decided that Kathy was the best for the position to bring forward to you. And this is also an opportunity that you can ask Kathy any questions.
Thank you. Board member questions? Kathy, would you like to say anything?
It's been an honor to work for the county. I've worked here mostly on, a little off since 1989, mostly doing audit work, both in the assessor's office and the auditor controller office, and I'm fully prepared to continue all that work on behalf of the constituents.
Questions, Supervisor Callaway?
Ms. Gomes, how do you see the role of the auditor in the top position versus being a staff member, and in relation to meeting with the Taxpayers Association every week? I want to make sure you're covered, Mr. Segala.
The role is as the chief accounting official, and as such, although Rebecca has met with Al in the past, I certainly enjoy meeting with the public and providing whatever information there is in terms of the financial reporting.
So how do you see your role then in relationship to the Board of Supervisors?
I also would provide you with information that you would request. Obviously, I wouldn't specifically take direction unless a majority of the board directed in terms of bringing items forward. However, should you need additional information, I certainly would provide that.
And if we disagree on an issue?
Then I explain why I disagree. And really, the information that our office has, it's the numbers are the numbers, and government code directs what we do, and it's my job, it would be my job to let you know what the numbers reflect, perhaps what the trends are showing, and then what the government code dictates we can and cannot do.
So in relation to the item that the sheriff brought up with his $10,000 he's going to spend next time, and what Supervisor Mills said, how do you see that being resolved short-term?
Short-term working with him. The county policy that has been approved did not have a $10,000 limit. And again, as I described before, a fully outfitted vehicle, and it doesn't just touch the county financial records and how we actually capitalize a specific asset and call it a vehicle. We have to look at how we're insuring those. So it's a larger conversation that certainly should be looked at.
Thank you.
Supervisor Mills?
Hot seat, right? Got a question for you. I know that the grand jury does audit pieces every year. And you heard me call last month for an independent audit of the county's books to kind of give us a baseline to work from. I don't know when the last time an independent audit was conducted on the county or with the county, but do you see any value in doing that?
Actually, an annual audit is conducted every year.
Right.
And It's being conducted right now. It's actually being completed right now, and I believe you're given copies of it.
Right.
And yes, there's absolutely a value in it. Absolutely. There are things that we can do better, and I would say every year the outside accountants seem to find at least one, if not more. And I guess in an effort for transparency for the constituents and also you as the governing body, they are very critical.
Okay. I appreciate the willingness to want to step up and take the challenge on. I know that you're filling big shoes, but at the same time, you've been there a while, and I think your staff has got a superb staff underneath you as well.
They also are very dedicated to the county.
Yes, I appreciate every piece of what they do. Thank you.
Actually, the grand jury is charged with the audit, and it's in their budget, so they yearly conduct it, and they enter the contract with the auditor that performs it. Normally, it's every 5 years. But beside that, Kathy, I will be the one, hopefully, to move this item. I was in favor back when Rebecca left and we had this item before us that you were the right person. And I want to thank you with the information. You're very prompt in giving me information when I ask for it. So I think you understand the job, you know the job, and you're a good fit. So thank you for stepping forward.
Thank you.
Supervisor Stopper?
Well, throughout the questions, you've answered already answered some of mine. Your duties as auditor, go beyond your accounting and show transparency on numbers. It's also to hold us to the standard of code or state law as we proceed. And I appreciate you understanding that. I think throughout this process, whether you're the best person or not for the job, it's our duty to make sure that we go through the process and make sure that all our viable options are before us, and which brought us to the point today where you're the last woman standing. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Callaway?
I'll second Supervisor.
We haven't made a
Didn't he
motion
make a
yet.
motion? I thought he made a motion. Okay. I take it back, sorry, Ms. Gomes.
Hold that thought. Public comment on this item, item 23. Mr. Segala.
Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. I'd like to welcome Kathy. And it's harder for an auditor to be appointed by the Board of Supervisors than being elected. When you're elected, you're responsible to your constituents or the public. If you're appointed, your responsibility is to the board because they can fire you. If you're elected, the board cannot fire you. So this makes it really tough on an auditor that's appointed, much harder than it would be if she were elected. But as she mentioned, she sticks with the law. And if the board would not agree with the law, well, it's tough. She needs to only sign things that are legal according to the state law. I think looking back over the recent years, we did have problems with budgeting and getting paid on emergency items relating to the fire. And I think part of the problem was the method of accounting, keeping track of the money. And there was some danger of maybe not being reimbursed by other levels of government for expenditures from the, I think from the general fund to cover things that needed to be done. And we had one case where BLM wouldn't be responsible for their own land when it come to repairs to public right-of-way. So there'll be items I think will come up in the future where she's going to have a rough thing to handle if it's not really clear what the law requires in the way of accounting or auditing. And I got a feeling she's going to do a good job, even though she's appointed. Thank you.
Thank you. For the public comment on this item. See? Nancy?
Nancy Giddens, County Library. As a department head, I just want to say I'm very, very happy that this decision is being taken. From my perspective, when I need help from the auditor's office, Kathy is my go-to gal. I hope that doesn't change when she's in the top seat. But in any case, always, I agree with whoever said, always a quick answer, always a clear answer, and willing to come back again and again to help you understand and do the right thing. So I'm just representing my colleagues to say this is a great decision from our perspective. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Nancy. Next speaker, Ms. Corda.
She is on a hot seat, and it's not going to get any cooler. And I would hope that the Board of Supervisors would be careful about what you ask of other county employees, including the auditor controller, to do. And I personally feel that some of the county employees, appointed or not, are appalled at some of the doings that's going on.
Thank you. Further public comment? Seeing none, I will bring it back to the board. I will entertain a motion, but I would also like to make a statement. Kathy, thank you for going through the process. I think there's great value, and we had an open process. We had national advertising. We went around looking for the best, and you were the one that came to the top. So thank you very much for your patience in going through that. I think it'll serve the county well, as well as your appointment. So with that, I will wait for a motion.
I just have one question moving forward, based on Al Segala's comment. Once we make this appointment, she's not able to be removed from the position as the board, correct? She's officially in an elected position, and then her duties are before everyone else, so that we may not hold power over her head. That
the appointment is for the duration of the remainder of the term.
Right. So, excellent. Thank you.
Supervisor Toffenali.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would like to make the motion that we appoint Kathy Gomes as the new, to fill the position for the remainder of the term of Auditor Controller.
We have a motion by Supervisor Toffenali.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Callaway. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carries 5-0. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
I would be remiss if I didn't also thank the interview committee and Human Resources who worked very hard on making this happen. So thank you for those who participated. Kathy, welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Oh, you're already on board.
I'm going to go back to work now.
Yes, I get the stamp. Thanks. We're going to take a 5-minute break to allow the library to set up. Thank you. Welcome back. Welcome back to the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting. We're on item 24.
Item 24 is from the library. To receive a presentation regarding the Lunch at the Library program.
Welcome, Nancy.
Thank you. Board, Nancy Giddens, County Librarian. As you know, summertime is a really hopping place in the library because we have our summer reading programs all over the state, where we try to help families and children retain what they've learned during the school year, at least not lose that. But over the years, librarians have noticed that not all children who come to the library come in the same state of being. Some of them are hungry. And what has been realized is that many children who receive summer lunch and school lunch and school breakfast don't get anything in the summertime. So libraries have partnered with several different organizations. These two lovely ladies are from working through the California Library Association, Trish Garone and Patrice Chamberlain, who've been working with me for the past 2 years as I've been trying to get this program implemented in Calaveras County, helping me to understand how it works and go through the steps that we need to accomplish that for our children here in Calaveras County. So they'll give you some other statistics, but I think a statistics that's really important for us here in Calaveras County is that 52.8% of our children qualify for school lunch. That's a very significant number of children. And there's a huge challenge to families and children in the summertime when that lunch is not available to them. So we know also that probably 20% of our population, of our children, are food insecure in Calaveras County. So that means 1 in 5 children may go to bed hungry every night. So these numbers rise in the summertime, as we said, because children are not receiving any help at school. So we would like to change this. We would like to turn this around for summer and have a program that the state library supports and helps us with by not only giving us help from these people, but also financial help to make this a possibility for us. I would really love to try to implement this next summer, in the summer of 2020, and offer food to our children at the library every day, along with learning activities that will be going along with summer reading. So it's just a one-stop shop for growing your mind as well as getting some nutrition. My goal for this next year is to do it at San Andres. It's very easy to do it there because of our wonderful space, but you know there are other vulnerable communities, and if we can work it out to have a site in West Point, I would love to do it that there's a very vulnerable community, and also Copperopolis, kind of the far ends of our community, if we can work that out for this summer. So I would invite Patrice and Trish to present to you the program so that you can see it. I just want to give you this information today and inform you that I'm working on this, and I'm hoping that we can accomplish it in 2020. So Patrice.
Welcome.
That's great. Good morning, and thank you to the board for allowing us to come speak to you this morning. This is a topic that I'm really passionate about, and I usually sound like I've had a lot of coffee when I talk about it, partly because I have, but also because it's something that I've seen work. We've seen it work as far east as El Centro, as far west as Monterey County, as far up north as Butte County and Colusa. So this is something that I see the benefits that it brings to children and families and to agencies across California, and we would be really excited to see those benefits be extended to families and agencies in Calaveras County. So again, Nancy introduced us, but I'm Patrice Chamberlain, and this is my colleague Trish Garone. We are project managers for Lunch at the Library for California Library Association. So we work with libraries, school districts, local government agencies across California to really help them figure out how this model can look in their community. So just to start with the obvious, kids are year-round. And as much as many of us tired parents would really like a pause button, even if for just like 5 minutes, that development is constant. So their needs don't stop when the bell rings at 2:30 or 3 o'clock, and their needs don't stop when school lets out for the summer vacation. But really one of the most fundamental pieces to fueling that development is proper nutrition. So it's really important that we think about the need to provide consistent access to healthy food year-round. So just to give you kind of an idea of the summer landscape, I thought I'd put together some of the research that's out there. So First of all, food access, as Nancy mentioned, becomes an issue when school lets out for the summer break, because a lot of the families that rely on those school nutrition programs lose access when school lets out for the summer. In a national survey, they found that 53% of low-income parents and caregivers have a hard time making ends meet during summer, with $300 on average in additional food costs. And for my fellow parents and caregivers, we all know kids are kind of expensive, and feeding a family can really get costly, especially as food costs rise. Additional food costs compete with rent, gas, utilities, medications. If you think about some of your residents that are commuting pretty far for work, that gas is expensive. And so when you are now having to balance food costs with transportation and keeping the lights on and paying your rent, that can really add up and add a lot of stress on lower income families. The individual aspect of what food insecurity does, there's a lot of research that points to the impact of food insecurity and inconsistent access to healthy food on cognitive, behavioral, physical development, especially brain development for very young children. And this can have consequences in their ability to pay attention in school and so forth, as well as the health outcomes that are associated with that. This can increase risk of childhood obesity across the state. We know that obesity-related chronic disease is an issue, such as heart disease and diabetes. They have found that weight gain can occur 2 to 3 times faster during the summer because kids, if they don't have a safe place to be active, or their parents are saying, stay inside while I'm at work just to be safe, it's harder for them to be active. And the research points to the fact that that weight is harder to take off during the school year. So again, without safe places to play and access to healthy food, it really can kind of create this perfect storm of increased risk for poor health outcomes. But then there's the summer learning loss piece. So lower income students tend to be at greater risk of exacerbated summer learning loss, potentially losing 2 to 3 months in grade level reading skills, and creating a cumulative impact if you have repeated summers like that, and widening the achievement gap, and knowing that that can impact graduation and future employability. So USDA has a program, and I think the easiest way to think about it is like the summer arm to the National School Lunch Program. And the way it works is that it allows local government, school district, tribal agencies, or community-based agencies to serve free, healthy meals to children 18 and under in low-income neighborhoods. And there's, of course, the devil's in the details. These are very carefully defined eligible sites where at least 50% of the kids in that neighborhood are eligible for free or reduced price meals during the school year. The meals are available to all children. There's no paperwork required for families, which is wonderful because it's like one of the few bureaucracy-free things in this world. So I think that's also why I get really excited about it, is that it makes it really easy for families to access without tons of paperwork. Providers are reimbursed by U.S. Department of Agriculture through California Department of Education. Go ahead. So now more specifically looking at summer meals, or lack of, in Calaveras County. California Food Policy Advocates does an annual report looking at county-wide access to summer meals. In Calaveras County, on average in 2017, summer meals only reached about 17% of eligible students. My guess also is that those are students that were in a summer school program, so it may not have even really reached a lot of the kids in the community at large that were not in some sort of academic summer program. Looking at the summer meal sites in summer 2019, there was only one that was open to the community in the entire county, and that was at Mark Twain Elementary. And typically what we see at summer meal sites, so I should also add that summer meals are underutilized across California and across the nation, largely because the sites are either not there, they're not appealing, or there isn't the presence of activities to really make families and kids want to go there. So, and typically at school sites, they tend to not be able to really draw kids from the community to those sites because while summer school may be going on, those kids from the community don't really feel welcome just walking onto campus to just get the food because there's no activities for them. So it's really just not very appealing. So what this means for the county is that there's lost federal dollars. So, this is a program that could draw down hundreds of thousands of federal dollars. It's harder on lower income families, especially increasing stress for working families. And it also can detour kids from a healthy, productive path. So I wanted to provide just a little bit of a snapshot of the need in the county. So hopefully you can all see the numbers. So looking at Calaveras Unified and Bret Harte, you'll see from 2016 to 2017, the need for free and reduced price meals during the school year increased a little bit. My guess is it's probably even a little bit higher than that. And as Nancy said, these percentages already, that's pretty high. Like I would consider anything over 40% pretty high, but these numbers are definitely indicative of a real need in the county. So in Vallecito and Mark Twain, you see those numbers for need for free and reduced price meals also increased. But then there's other data considerations as well. So, as I mentioned, kids are year-round. So what happens during summer does impact them during the school year. So thinking about how it keeps them on track and thinking about if kids or families are experiencing food or housing instability, or if there are other issues, if children are socially isolated or experiencing any kind of emotional or mental health issues, without a place for kids to congregate and access that social support, learning activities, and healthy food, it can really set them behind when school starts again in the fall. I talked to a lot of school nurses and pediatricians across the state, and I have heard very often that kids that have diabetes, if they don't have consistent access to healthy food over the summer, school nurses spend those first few weeks getting kids back on track and going to different schools to provide insulin. So in thinking about the summer learning loss element, the Partnership for Children and Youth estimates that summer learning loss comes with a price tag of about $1,500 per student in reteaching kids and getting them up to speed once school starts again. Chronic absenteeism and truancy is a really big issue across the state. It's been a priority for a lot of district attorneys' offices and the California State Attorney General because there's a huge price tag for counties in terms of a chronic absenteeism. If they're not at school, they're not learning. And if they are not at school, they are also somewhere either at home or in the city or somewhere in the county. So this really kind of demonstrates that this is a shared responsibility between cities, counties, schools, and community-based agency. It's really kind of an all hands on deck. But looking at the chronic absenteeism role, and if kids are not on track during summer in terms of health and summer learning, that can increase their risk of not showing up at school every day. And that in turn comes with its own price tag as far as increasing their risk of dropping out of high school, increasing risk of poorer health outcomes, increasing the risk of involvement in the criminal justice system, either as a victim or perpetrator, and increasing their risk of living in poverty. So those are some pretty big price tags. And so not only are we talking about your future residents, but we're talking about your future workforce for the county. So there really is, I like to say that there an ounce of prevention is definitely worth a pound of cure. But really one of the greatest benefits of this is that it's really more than just food. in that this really is something that can facilitate practical, effective collaboration between cities, counties, schools, and community-based agencies. One of the things I hear across the state is that, school boards often think that all the kids in the community, they're at the rec center over the summer. I've yet to see the rec center big enough for all the kids in the community. And then a lot of the city folks, they're like, oh no, I think all the kids are in summer school. And the reality is there just isn't enough summer programming to go around to serve all of the kids in the community or in the county. And that's why libraries are such an important asset, because of their accessibility to the entire community. So again, this draws down federal dollars. There's no cost to the county. This is not a grant program. This program already exists. We just want Calaveras County to take greater advantage of it. And it leverages existing resources that are already there. So hearing the sheriff speak earlier, in my mind, I've already recruited the sheriff's office, because this is a way to bring different agencies together to help communities address those issues that I know the board and the city councils and the school districts are trying to address. So it really kind of enables everybody to connect the dots and work to serve families in a more holistic way. So another great benefit to this is that it's a great opportunity to increase public engagement. I hear from a lot of Board of Supervisors and a lot of city councils that they really want the community to come to their meetings, not just when they're mad about something. So, they find it often difficult to educate the community about certain issues, and they want that participation. But it's hard, when you're only being able to interact with the community in council or supervisor chambers. So the public engagement piece is great. It promotes healthy kids and engaged kids and healthy communities. And I really can't speak enough about the importance of the social support that these summer meal programs can provide for the community. And, social support creates a stronger, more socially cohesive, more cohesive community. And whether you're talking about health outcomes or crime prevention, the data is there to support how that social support of these types of opportunities can help support that. So this is where Lunch at the Library comes in. So in 2013, we started this partnership. I, at the time, was running a statewide anti-hunger coalition for the Institute for Local Government, and I partnered with the California Library Association, who was trying to get more kids involved in summer reading, and we realized that there was this perfect partnership that, kids need both. We can't treat families like they live in silos, because they don't. And so we started this program to help libraries become summer meal sites. And over the years, it's been supported by the California State Library, California Department of Social Services, National League of Cities, and private foundations to help us provide local communities with that technical assistance that they need to just kind of connect the dots and, merge the different worlds of different acronyms. As you can see, it's been pretty successful. So in 2013, we started with a small private grant. We had 17 libraries that we were just hoping they would serve food and just not be mad at us for asking them to do something new. In 2019, we had 219 libraries across California, and they served 285,000 meals. And in the board packet, you have an infographic that provides some more basic statistics about it. And those numbers really don't tell the whole story. They don't tell the story of all of the partnerships between agencies that we see. We see collaboration between health departments and libraries. I know here in Calaveras County, you all have this oral health program. We see a lot of libraries having oral health program providers, and whether it's through a clinic or a local dentist or the health department, to come in and do screenings and provide education. So it's really providing new venues for different community partners. We work with a lot of law enforcement agencies who know that they need to improve relationships with community members. And so it provides an opportunity for them to come into the library and build those relationships. Fire departments obviously are always really popular partners, and but it gives them an opportunity to come talk about fire safety and other issues. We have a lot of different agencies focusing on gardening, cooking on a budget. We've seen so many things happen at different libraries, and again, it really speaks to having a hub that can, bring all these different community partners together. And what's more, libraries offer things for the entire family. So whether it's, school readiness programs for young children and helping them start on the right track, to providing support for a lot of grandparent caregivers that are out there that want to learn some new tech skills and learn how to use the web or whatever, or help a parent that's had some job transition that needs resume writing help or needs some job skill development. It offers something for the whole family. So again, it's really kind of a win for everybody. And libraries are safe, trusted places. One of the reasons that we started this was we found that the library in one of the communities was like a gang-free zone. And so that made the community feel safe going there and really accessing all of the resources that were there. So this is the short list of partnerships, but it goes on and on and on. And I have yet to meet an agency, I've yet to meet a sheriff or a pediatrician or even a public works director that has not wanted to be involved in this program because they see how it can reflect their goals in serving the community. So one of the things that we do as part of this program over the years is we collect feedback from the community. So we have a lot of quantitative data about the impact of the program, but then we also ask kids and families for their feedback about the program. And it's really astounding, the feedback that we get. Some of it is heartbreaking. All of it is encouraging. So I just wanted to read a couple of the comments that I grabbed, and I think we got about 6,000 surveys from kids and caregivers. So I do go through every single one of them because it's really, really powerful. But I just wanted to read a couple of the quotes that stood out to me. So we asked things like, what did you like or learn? And anything else you want to tell us. So just some of the comments from the anything else you want to tell us. We have, thank you so much for helping parents to feed our kids over the summer. It can be overwhelming many times to feed them outside of school hours since they're constantly hungry and because they're growing. Another caregiver said, it has made my daytime less stressful with all of my young kids. I can definitely relate to that. This is very helpful for my family as we're used to having school lunches, and this program relieves some of the burden. One caregiver says, it's a great idea. It helps parents with kids at home during summer financially and mentally. So this is a drop in the bucket as far as the feedback that we get from families, from kids and their caregivers about the importance, and it really provides an opportunity, one, to leverage existing resources, but also to really serve kids and families in a more holistic way that doesn't separate needs. And it also is a way to help agencies and city and county and school departments work more effectively together and learn about what each other does and how they can serve the community together. So with that, here's our contact information, and I will also add that the state library, through the state legislature, has funds that we will be passing down to local libraries to support any kind of logistical needs that they have to help get this going. So with that, I am happy to answer any questions that you have, and Tricia can answer some as well.
Supervisor Stopper?
This type of things will be valued. Looking at your statistics and being involved with the school district for so many years, my volunteering time there and everything, it's hard to get a lot of these parents to actually turn in the forms and fill them out properly. And right now, the numbers are there because they had enough people return those forms. So, there's still a percentage out there that didn't turn them in that are still not on those statistics that you showed there. So we're above the 50% median area for our children in the area, and just with my volunteering time and witnessing it, when they're at school and they receive these, they get breakfast and lunch. And these are the only meals some of these kids have every day. And that's why they started adding breakfast to it and everything. So it's very valued. I think that bringing it into the library is an excellent choice. The only thing I would question is how are we going to provide the food at the libraries without a kitchen there? But I'm sure you've already thought that through. Right. And the fact that this is bringing more public engagement with a valued resource, the library, and teaching kids at a young age how valued a library can be, and that, those books are as valuable as anything you Google on a computer. So thank you. This is good work.
Thanks, and thanks for raising that point about the school lunch applications, because one of the things that we see in a lot of communities across California is that hunger is often hidden. People don't, I think especially as costs increase in California, there are a lot of families that are kind of slipping financially, and maybe they're not at that really low threshold of poverty, but they're teetering and they're struggling to stay above water. So to have proverbially, they're struggling financially, and so to have a paper-free resource that they can access, it's kind of a non-shaming resource. One point I'd add too is that over the last year I've been doing a lot to help campfire-affected families, and it has been a real blessing to tell them this past summer that all of these libraries across California were serving summer meals for their kids. Because obviously in California's tumultuous times, when we have just one of these built-in resources that families can access, it really can relieve a lot of the burden.
Supervisor Mills?
Thank you. I don't know if this question is to you, Patricia, or maybe to Ms. Giddens, but low-income neighborhoods, is USDA defining that, what a low-income neighborhood is? And I guess, Ms. Giddens, where are they in Calaveras County, or is it the whole county? Because this is very different from disadvantaged communities and that definition as well. So how do we identify a low-income neighborhood for the purpose of the meal program?
Well, the beauty of the summer meal program is that there's no registration, so you don't have to prove that you qualify for school lunch. This is all children from 0 to 18, whether you are on school lunch during the school year or not. So we won't have to define that. We won't have to say, it can be this group of children who come. All children who come are fed. So it doesn't answer your question, but it answers my problem of having to define.
It's just interesting. They make that definition of low income and a neighborhood, and yet it's not required.
They do actually define it. So it is defined as 50%, like a neighborhood where 50% of the students in that school zone are eligible for free or reduced price meals. And that can be done using census data, it can be done using school district data, and then there's a couple other mechanisms. But yeah, so it is very carefully designated as far as what is considered low income. But as Nancy mentioned, any kid can go there and access the meal, and there's no individual eligibility requirement.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
And Nancy and Patrice have done the work and have identified Calaveras County libraries that do qualify, so that's already been established.
And you will be astounded that when we began this, the Vallecito School District, specifically Hazel Fisher School, qualifies. And I heard that and I thought, oh my word, not that community, but yes, it does. So it's hidden. I mean, I think your point that hunger is hidden is a very, very good point. And the things that I've read about this program is some children tell the librarian, this is the only meal I get today. So we know it's there, yeah.
Ms. Giddens, you have some very tight locations, very small locations, Copperopolis being one of them. So this creates somewhat of a logistics difficulty to some degree
It
and
does.
and trying to get it accomplished, and then getting the word out to the community as well.
That's going to be
Is the other
very
push.
key. So we'll obviously partner with schools and get that information out through the schools. And actually, the food provider, we hope, will be the school district, who can just seamlessly move into summer meals with all of they have all the knowledge of how to fill out their claims and so forth. That's the goal. And we've attempted that, and we have some very, very good possibilities for school district cooperation in Calaveras County.
Okay, thank you.
Stop.
There was a point brought up there that I think needs to stick out on the fact that the statistics that you're reaching for with these, it's specific to the children within those certain areas. It doesn't necessarily reflect the communities as a whole.
Oh, right.
And moving forward, I think that there's potentially what did show up in the Valley Springs, Rancho Calaveras area, because there are a lot of students down there. And when Calaveras filed their Calaveras Unified School District did their statistics, which I'm assuming that's where you drew your data from. How did those communities show up on there? Because I think it would be valuable, and you could actually touch more students in a smaller area if you were able to bring it to one or two of those.
Yeah, I think we need to do an updated data collection and just see how the numbers have changed.
In the various communities.
Just to let you know that this year CUSD was able to qualify for free lunches and breakfast for all the children in the entire district because of those statistics that have recently been filed. In the years past that you brought up that they hadn't necessarily gotten all the forms filed that were needed to bring it up to the number that they knew where they were actually at. But right now the statistics would support more where you're going.
And did you want to?
Oh, well, and thank you for that great point. And one of the points I didn't mention either is that school nutrition programs, they keep people working during the summer, so there are a lot of school districts that have to lay off their nutrition staff during the summer. So, having a robust summer meal program can help keep people working, and these are members of the community as well.
And can I just make one other comment about the space? Dennis, you mentioned, Supervisor Mills, you mentioned the space for accommodating this. Obviously here, not a problem at all. But on your infographic, it mentions the word pop-up libraries. So we can take this program to another location if we need to. That would then be a space that could accommodate, hopefully, the numbers that we may see. So there are other ways to do that.
Supervisor Callaway?
You mentioned the libraries. Friday, I was at the Arnold Library, and there must have been over, 20 children there.
Yes.
And some, I know, would be part of the program.
Absolutely.
And that's excluded on your list of libraries that we're going to, and it's not just Arnold, I'm sure the others
absolutely
feel the same, but
you are
people
right.
in the Ebbets Pass are not going to San Andreas.
I'll tell you,
or an Angels.
I will do my best to bring it to as many locations as I can. I definitely will. It depends on our partners. It depends on who will help us provide this food, because obviously, yes, I don't have a kitchen there and I'm not going to be fixing these lunches. We want professional food providers to prepare the lunches so that they're safe, they're sealed, they're everything that it needs to be good for our children. But yes, I know. And
so are you going to remove the signs that say no food in the library?
Oh, well, yes, we would have to do that, wouldn't we? Yes. Yeah, you had a fabulous Christmas gathering in Arnold on Friday. It was wonderful.
I guess for me, I would like to see this program, if you're going to do it, at all of our libraries.
I would like to, too.
And
I really would.
Because I'd sure have a hard time.
Obviously, you're not having a debate about whether we want this.
I personally feel competent to get that done, but I tend to overextend myself. So I'm going to say for sure I'm working on it for San Andreas. I will do as much as I possibly can to get it to as many different sites as we can. Absolutely.
Supervisor Toffenauer?
Yeah, I want to thank Supervisor Stopper for bringing up some of the questions that I had. And then the pop-up, you mentioned the pop-up. I had a question about that. I'm assuming the pop-ups are locations that aren't necessarily a library, but my question is, can they also be outdoors, these pop-up, at a park or somewhere? Absolutely. So there's no requirements that they have to be indoors.
And it could even be an opportunity to increase participation at these school sites that are not drawing kids from the community, because a library could provide activities to draw them in. But yes, absolutely, it can be a church, it can be a park, it could be a community center, lots of different opportunities.
And then the other question I had is, when you're serving these lunches, is it just one serving, or can a kid eat what they have and then go back and get seconds?
It depends on the meal provider. Typically, yes, they can have seconds. So USDA has a rule that, all children have to be given a complete meal that meets all of the nutritional requirements. And then usually, once all the children have been served, if there's leftover, kids can go back for more. A lot of times, there will be a child that doesn't want milk, or a child that doesn't want the apple, and there's often a shared table, so the kids that do want to go back for just another element, they can go back and get a second milk or a second apple. So generally speaking, yes, there's often a second serving opportunity.
And then the next question I have off of that would be, at the end of the day, and there's food left over, are they allowed to take that home with them?
That depends on the meal provider.
Okay.
And what they've decided. I won't get into too many of the details of the rules, but some school districts have required that the leftovers be thrown out. Some meal providers allow families to take it home at the end of the meal service period. So really, it's kind of what has been decided by the meal provider that falls within the USDA guidelines, but also within the health department guidelines as well.
Yeah, if we're going forward, seeing what we're speaking about with many of these children, it could be the only meal they have. It'd be nice if we could set something up with the providers that
we'll try.
And they may have a sibling that's not there, a teenage sibling that.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and a lot of times what we do in other communities and kind of helping them leverage the resources, we will work with a local food bank or food recovery organization that can provide some complimentary produce for families to take home, because one of the requirements of this program is that the meals are only for children and teen 18 and under, as well as adults that have been identified as having a physical or intellectual disability that are enrolled in some educational program. So there's some, real distinct requirements about who can eat the meals. So bringing in other partners that might be able to provide some complementary nutritional support for caregivers. And that really often depends on what partners are in the community. A lot of times, friends of the library group will just buy some snacks for the parents, because sometimes parents, they're sitting there with their children and they just want to snack on something just to kill the time.
So I have arranged that with the Friends of the Library. They will be providing snacks for the adults who accompany. Yes.
Thank you. Well, I'm gonna try to move. This is an informational item, but I want to really compliment this. A county that's in a nation that's as wealthy as we are, we should not have hungry people. And the libraries that you're running are not the libraries that I grew up in. They are dynamic places where apparently you can now eat. But our libraries are evolving, and Nancy, just the fact that you're pushing this forward to take care of our kids and our families is a really wonderful thing. I encourage you to continue to work with those partners, public health, all the agencies that might have a role and can benefit from being in the in this hub is just wonderful. So I think I speak on behalf of this board, because I'm judging some consensus here. Whatever we can do to help feed our people is wonderful, and thank you for opening up the libraries. So just really awesome. Thank you, Nancy. But public comment on this item. Anybody like to speak to this item?
Alsagala Taxpayer Association. I think it's just fantastic what Nancy's doing and the benefits. One of the things the Taxpayers Association is promoting is our Constitution, and we'd love to have a copy of the Constitution in every library.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cora.
I believe in prevention, and I believe that children should have enough to eat. And I don't know how all this plays out, but I've got a negative thing to say. And there was once a situation in Valley Springs where they had release time, and the children were allowed to go study according to their faith during lunch hour, which was legal. And then my particular man of cloth decided that he wanted to have that learning and catechism taken to the church site at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And there was a big meeting down in Valley Springs about this. And I stood up and I said, so how are these children going to get to the church if the mothers are poor or their mothers work? And they just didn't listen to that at all. And so for 3 years straight, my children did not receive catechism. And it turned out that the man of cloth was a child molester. And he was prosecuted here in Calaveras County for something that happened in someplace else. But he was a child molester, and he did molest children here.
Ms. Cordo, we're speaking about the school lunch program
Yes,
at
we
the
are.
libraries.
And you're talking about children being at loose ends.
Thank you very much. I think that'll close up public comment unless someone else will speak. I would like to thank you both very much for coming up.
Thank you.
Madam Librarian, I'd like to thank you for bringing this forward to the board. I think it's inspirational to all of us. So let us know how we can help. We're going to take a 5-minute break while Oliver sets up to talk about paving roads. Welcome back. We are on item 25. Mr. Pack, welcome.
So item 25 is to receive a presentation regarding the 2020 Calaveras County 5-year Public Works Capital Improvement Program.
Mr. Pack, welcome.
Good morning, Chair Garamendi, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Joshua Pack. I'm your Director of Public Works and Transportation, and I have the privilege and pleasure today to introduce to you the draft Calaveras County Public Works Capital Improvement Program for 2020. The purpose of today's presentation, I want to go over our revenue sources and what drives the CIP. I think it's a discussion that's worth having, in particular the difference between discretionary revenue and restricted revenue. The lion's share of this presentation, though, is going to focus on the paving program. This is something you haven't seen before, we haven't really had before. We've done a lot of work in working with the COG, our partners at the COG and Angels Camp, to come up with a plan, and this will be your first opportunity to review that. We'll then dive into our construction schedule for 2020 and key projects over the next 5 years. And then finally, and most importantly, provide an opportunity for the board and the public to provide input and for the board to provide direction to myself and my department. And I want to highlight that this is not an action item, this is a discussion item. The goal is to get feedback and input from you today, and based on that feedback, to bring an updated and finalized plan to you for adoption sometime in early 2020. So when we talk about revenue with Public Works, it's important to talk about the different types of revenue, because especially on the public side of things, there's an impression that you have a number, and the number we're going to share with you is $97.8 million over the next 5 years, and that sounds fantastic. But in reality, funding's broken down into discretionary revenue and restricted revenue. And discretionary revenue is what it sounds like. We have a lot of flexibility to spend that money how we see fit for the public benefit. Now, most of our discretionary revenue, which comes in the way of highway user taxes, vehicle license fees, et cetera, is in our operating budget. It's not in the capital improvement program. And the reason for that is it goes to core maintenance things, pothole repairs, labor, materials, equipment to maintain our infrastructure. Overall, in the capital improvement program, only about 4% of our funds are discretionary in nature, and it's done that way on purpose. We use those small amount of discretionary revenue to leverage larger amounts of restricted revenue. For example, I can use $1 to leverage $10 to $12 or more in a federal grant or other federal funding program. So it makes sense to take advantage of that in that sort of manner. The lion's share of our program is based on restricted revenue. Now, not every restricted revenue source is the same. Some are very restricted. For example, a bridge project can only be used on that particular bridge. Other projects like the PG&E settlement money, we have a little bit more latitude, but the program defines the projects and roads that we can use for that funding. Now, our two major restricted revenue sources are federal grants, things like highway safety, bridge program, wagon trail is an example of that. And then through Senate Bill 1, part of the funding set aside through Senate Bill 1 is called the Road Maintenance and Rehabilitation Account. And that money is earmarked for projects, improvement maintenance projects. And so we classify that in our budget as a restricted revenue. While we have flexibility to spend that on various roads or projects, they need to be spent on physical projects. It can't be spent on adding more equipment or more people. And so, again, between those two budgets alone, between federal grants and the RMRA, more than 70% of our overall budget in the CIP comes from those two resources. The PG&E settlement is a new one this year. It was not in last year's budget. The board made that decision middle of last year. This CIP program does reflect the PG&E settlement funding and the Butte Fire Road Recovery Project. Now, overall, our CIP program is about $97.8 million. That is a sizable increase from last year's program to this year's program. Again, it's driven by restricted revenues, not only the PG&E settlement program, but some of our federal grants, bridges, some of our FEMA projects have matured over the last year. We've got updated revenues and expenditures that reflect those changes. Murphy's is higher. That came out higher. We have some other estimates for those. A couple of our bridge projects are a little higher, and the feds are paying that. So this budget reflects those changes, and it's the reasons why you see these numbers a little higher than they were last year. So the key thing that we're here today, and again, why this particular presentation this year is geared towards paving, because you haven't really seen this before. Prior to 2017, prior to the Senate Bill 1 and the gas tax, the county wasn't really in a position to do much of anything besides very minimal triage, minimal maintenance efforts. And now while SB 1 did provide additional funding for paving and resurfacing, the county prior to that date had not done a really good job at prioritizing where our key needs were. And so I had asked the board at this time last year to delay the paving program for a year for us to come up with some recommendations for you. And fortunately, in working with the COG, and the COG has provided funding for this, a draft study has been completed, and this report includes the recommendations from that study. The study not only included our existing conditions, it also included future needs and some funding scenarios to meet those future needs. Now, before I go into those scenarios and needs, I have to share with you an acronym that's important in our world. It's called Pavement Condition Index, or PCI. And a PCI is a rating scale from 0 to 100. And 100 is a dirt road. 100 is a perfect, brand new paved road, and a 0 is a dirt road. And so our roads, wherever you go through the county, you'll find roads all throughout that range. Now, unfortunately, and I don't think this comes as a surprise to you on the dais or the public, most of our roads fall in the poor category than in the excellent category. And you can see, but these are some examples of roads throughout the county and some of their grades and what that grade tends to look like. Now, this, again, probably not a surprise to you, probably not a surprise to the public, but the study concluded that our pavement condition index is 51, which is considered generally a poor category. The worse the pavement is, the more money you need to invest to bring it back to a good shape. And I'll talk more about that in a coming slide. Now, looking at the statewide average here in California, California as a whole is in pretty rough shape. California is one of the worst states in the country as far as overall pavement condition. The average is 65. Calaveras does rank in the bottom 10. However, when we look at the counties on the worst end, it's our peers. It's Tuolumne, it's Alpine, Amador, Sierra County. A lot of the counties on the right side of that, unfortunately, are rural counties, counties that have roads in varying climates, alpine climates, for example. The ones on the left side are your larger counties that don't have the same temperature and weather fluctuations that we do. Orange County, San Francisco, San Mateo, Contra Costa, larger urbanized areas. And so this kind of reflects the discrepancy between more well-off counties and counties that are more rural in nature, especially with a lot of miles and a lot of roads that were built a very long time ago. Now, the next couple of slides I have don't present the best of news for Calaveras County roads. Again, I don't think this is a surprise. But what I'll show, and I'll show this in an upcoming slide, is the lack of funding from the state and federal government over the last 25 years or more has had an impact on roads and has resulted, even with Senate Bill 1, not being in a position to maintain our roads over the next 20 years. We expect, the study has shown that over the next 20 years, we expect our roads to continue to degrade. A short bump over the first 3 years, that's primarily related to the Butte Fire recovery funding. One thing I do want to highlight here is there's two lines. The yellow line is our major collectors and collector roads. The red line is residential streets. This is part of the priorities we'll talk about today. And I have a future slide that I'll talk about this, but our recommendation is to focus on roads that carry a lot of traffic, roads that are critical collector roads, with a lesser investment in residential streets. The board certainly has latitude and direction to change that, and we're certainly here to fulfill your direction. The bottom line, though, is that 33 number isn't changing much. So no matter what you do to one, whether you rob Peter to pay Paul or vice versa, that 33 number stays pretty bad. Now, we're not alone. A lot of agencies on the right side of that graph I showed you are in similar circumstances. However, if we did degrade to 33, at this time we would be the worst county in California. I did ask, as part of the consultant package, to run some scenarios on funding, what it would cost to bring our roads to various conditions. The first scenario was to bring our roads to an overall pavement condition of 65, again with more of a focus on residential streets, but a pretty significant investment in both residential streets and collectors. My bad, I said residential previously, I meant collectors. The costs are pretty high. The initial estimate is $222 million over 20 years. That's an additional $124 million over that 20-year period. Again, significantly more than what we're currently shown as being budgeted. Scenario 2, I took another scenario where we improved the collector roads, kept the residential roads kind of flat. The numbers aren't that different. The pavement condition would increase to 59, but we'd have the costs are still $105 million over the next 20 years. Scenario 3, that's the granddaddy of them all. That's if we wanted every road to be in a good shape, where all we needed to do was preventative maintenance. The total cost for that is $464 million over 20 years. I didn't do a graph for that. That number's so high, it didn't fit on the slide. So, but I want to reflect that we have a lot of needs. And I put this next slide in here, and it's a little clunky, but the one I want to show you is this isn't the fault of the board. This isn't the fault of Public Works. This is an issue that's faced counties and jurisdictions in California and throughout the United States. And what this shows is prior to 1994, the gas tax had increased over the previous years by a cent per gallon. And then in 1994, it stopped. There was no increases. And there are some folks who would, Senate Bill 1's an example of an increased investment in transportation through increased revenues. There's other sides that say that we need to reallocate other resources and use existing revenues to pay for roads and infrastructure. The case I say is neither of those happened. And so when neither of that happened, we saw as inflation continue, I drew this red line in for construction costs. Construction costs outweigh inflation. And so the cost for us to do, it's a little disingenuous to use straight inflation because we're based on a little bit different index. The result is this triangle is all the lack of revenue that we've seen over the last 25 years. And as a result, we are way in the hole. and we're in a hole to a point where even with this additional revenue, it's not enough to catch up. And if we were in a position where we needed some more preventative maintenance, and there's some counties on the left end of that one I showed you, they are in a position to be able to catch back up and have their pavement condition going in a positive direction. But because so many of our roads are in a poor, failed shape, we're past that point of no return with the funding that's been provided, at least according to the numbers that we've done as part of this study. Now, this is why it's so important for us and to the board to present priorities. Because right now, in essence, we have $1 to spend and $5 worth of needs. And we can break down that dollar however we want. The board certainly has that jurisdiction. But no matter what we do, there are needs out there that can't be met with our current funding. And so there are lots of different approaches to priorities. And again, the board will have the ultimate say with that. Some of the recommendations we've made and brought to you today, the first set of priorities focus on our major roads, roads that provide major connectivity to ourselves and our communities, roads that provide some sort of regional accessibility, roads that provide some sort of critical emergency access in the event of some sort of catastrophic event, and roads connecting to state highways and other major roads. And unfortunately, a lot of our roads fall under that category, and even when we pare out the major roads, we're still left with a deficit between those roads and the roads that are needed for maintenance and the funding we have. And so the recommendations I've made beyond that, or that the Public Works has made, is the first one is to primarily focus first on roads that are fair or at risk. And the reason for that is if we can catch roads before they're in the poor or failed category, we can do as many as 5 miles of repairs to those than it would cost for a road in a failed category. And so there's an economy of scale there that we don't necessarily take the worst ones off the list and work our way up, because those ones that are on the margin list, by the time we get to those, they have now dropped into the failed category, and now they're 5 times as much to do, or up to 5 times, or more in some cases. And so that's one of our recommendations, is we got to get as much done as quickly as possible, catch those roads that are in marginal shape, get those back to a good condition. Now the other thing, now the program hits all of the county, most all of the county. We are recommending in the first year or two on some lower elevation projects. There's a couple of reasons for that. Number one is the access to construction resources, labor and materials in some of the major metropolitan areas. It's less expensive, more plentiful. Ease of access, especially up the major highway corridors. You have a little bit easier way to get to those. We've seen with some of our high elevation projects, we've been really struggling to get bids in the last year or so. We've been seeing a little bit more success in lower elevations. Again, and we're hitting all the districts, but the first year or two is our early recommendation. Lower elevations tend to have a little higher traffic volumes. And then our roads in the higher elevations are a little worse off than the lower because they have more severe weather. So there are more roads that we can capture in the lower elevations that are on the borderline than roads. More roads in the higher elevations are past that point of no return. So that is our recommendation, at least at this point, obviously amenable to the board's direction. We are recommending a small investment for residential neighborhoods, primarily subdivisions. So when we are going in a neighborhood, we can come in and do some residential areas while we're there. We have that economy of scale. We can save some money. And I think if we had a program that had nothing in residential neighborhoods, I think that would do a disservice. Now, obviously, the folks that are going to miss out are those kind of low-volume rural roads that serve a few homes that are miles long. And this is just a program that we're going to struggle to provide anything but basic minimal service.
Mr. Patrick,
again, focusing.
Josh,
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm just trying to clarify that.
Sure.
So if you're doing a major collector down in Valley Springs, and there's a small residential road there that could be done at the same time, that's the one you're talking about?
Yeah, and
not the residential road in Abbott's Pass.
Yeah, Supervisor Cal, you're absolutely right. So, for example,
ones that are connected to what you're doing.
And a good example is we are recommending in year one roads like Vista del Lago and Burson, and there's some communities, Kirby, Harvickson, Baldwin, and the Rancho Calaveras area that we're right next to there. We're planning to do a project in CSA 1. That's a great opportunity for us for an economy of scale to get those roads. They have a lot of traffic. And they serve a lot of residents, and it would be a lot cheaper for us to do it now than as a standalone later on. But that's a good example where maybe traditionally a couple of those roads may not rise, but we recognize that the economy of scale makes sense to hit those roads while we're there. So it's a good question. So overall, the 5-year recommendation, and you see a concerted effort for us to make sure we include each and every district and include as many communities as we can, focused based on calendar year and geographic area. In 2020, it's a little different. We are recommending a couple of different jobs. We do have a little bit sizable pot, a little bit more due to the 3 years of SB1. We are recommending projects in Districts 1, 4, and 5. I think the lion's share, when you look at it proportionally, District 1 is a little bit higher than 4 and 5. But we are looking at various roads again, and you'll see a lot of these roads, high traffic volumes, regional connectivity, et cetera. 2021, we're recommending moving to District 4. O'Byrne's Ferry needs a lot of attention. That's the lion's share of that. There's some other roads. And again, this list isn't every road. Every road is included in your plan, but this is just some of the key roads in that program. By 2022, we're recommending moving up to District 3. Moran is one of the key roads. That's been pretty hammered in recent years. It needs some attention. Sheep Ranch and Penn Gulch and other roads as well. 2023, moving to District 2. Now, District 2, I put an asterisk there because the PG&E settlement funding is hitting about 60% of the roads in District 2. So those are going to be in a couple of years in much better shape. However, there are still roads in District 2 that need attention that aren't included in the Butte Fire that we're recommending going after. And then in 2024, we'd circle back to Districts 1 and 5 and then try to look at that sort of cycle. The one thing I want to highlight here is a couple of roads on here, and I know, for example, Pool Station is a road that I've heard the public talk about, and we looked at that priority-wise, and one of the reasons we recommended that in year 5 and not year 1 is you look at the volumes of that compared to Burson or Vista del Lago, and the daily volumes on Pool Station are a fraction of those on the other roads. Like, for example, Burson carries close to 2,000 cars a day. Vista del Lago is much higher than that. Murphy's Grade is about 4,500 to 5,000. Our counts on Pool Station, minus that first stretch in El Pickle Patch, are in the 500 to 800 range, and so the volumes are a lot lower. So it's really just it's that like engineer eye, right? Like, where's the best bang for our buck? So that's the reason you see a road like Hogan Dam or Pool Station in that year. The one thing I want to highlight is this discussion is really focused on Senate Bill 1 funding. We do have other projects that do paving. 6 Mile Road, for example, is a project to do a couple of miles of paving on that. The winter storm projects will do some spot paving here or there. Mountain Ranch Road is a project that will be delivered in 2020. And then there's other maintenance and other grant programs that we'll be continuing to pursue over the lifetime of the CIP in order to try to close the gap between the needs and the funding.
Supervisor Stopper, do you have any questions you want to stop?
No, I'll let.
Okay, thanks. I'll be here. So this conversation is not complete without a brief discussion on CSAs. We have 4 CSAs that have sufficient funding to do paving. The goal is to include CSAs when we're in that geographic area to take advantage of the economy of scale. So CSA 1 currently has, I think, somewhere in the neighborhood of $1.1 million for funding. So we're actually recommending 2 paving programs in that cycle. One next year when we're in that neighborhood, and then again in 2024. We do recommend with each of these, we'll be reaching out to each of the CSAs and having public meetings about the program before we actually go out and pave. The one thing I want to highlight, though, if you see that downward trend, the CSAs are in the same boat as county roads because assessments collected annually are not adjusted for inflation. So every year as materials costs go up and labor costs go up and the assessments don't, that gap between what our needs are and what the funding is continues to grow. And so you see what's going on with the CSA is very similar to what's going on in other county roads, that there's insufficient funding and ultimately as a result, the pavement drops in condition. So overall, out of this summary, what we're highlighting is we believe there's a significant gap between what we have and what we need. We ultimately see a downward trend over the next 20 years. We're pretty smart people. We have some ideas that we can help start bridging the gap, things like innovative pavement technique programs. Can we do Project A and get, a similar project, get a little bit better pricing? But right now, I don't have an immediate fix to this issue. I ultimately want to report that to you so you're familiar with what the potential long-term consequences are with our current funding levels. We are recommending a priority on high-use roads. And the one thing I want to highlight too, and this is part of the Dig Once discussion we had a couple of months ago, is the need to reach out to utility partners and see if there's opportunities to team on projects like this. Because some of these areas we're talking about have a lot of utilities. We have not yet reached out. I wanted to bring this to the board before I start reaching out and telling utility partners what roads we're paving. But we will be reaching out to them, and I want to work collaboratively with them. So if they have projects or programs that we can tweak our program around to get better economy of scale and better partnerships, we would certainly be willing to do that. And so that conversation would ultimately need to be reflected in a final paving program. So I have a couple of more slides. The bad news is over. I think there's a lot of good news too in our program, and it really focuses on our projects. And again, most of these are driven by restricted revenues, so I can't just solve that problem by taking bridge funding or FEMA funding and going to pave a bunch of roads. That's just not part of the program, and that's not legal. But we have a very robust program in 2020. In a typical year, we'll deliver 3 to 6 projects. We're proposing 14 projects this year. A wide variety of projects, from paving projects, safety projects, bridge replacement projects. We have a number of FEMA projects that are in their final steps. As a matter of fact, the board approved Hogan Dam today. They approved Blagan Road. That's 2 projects that are on this list that literally the board approved about an hour ago. We have Butte Fire. Mountain Ranch Road is an improvement project here. That's been a long time coming. And then Murphy's Lighting District. It's a project that's been on the books for a couple of years to improve decorative lighting through the lighting district up in the Murphy's community. So over the next 4 years, beyond 2020, some of the key programs, we still have 8 bridges that need attention. We plan to deliver the rest of those by 2023. The Butte Fire restoration, subsequent phases for that will be done in 2021 and 2022. Wagon Trail is certainly a key project, our single biggest project in the program. That'll be delivered in the next couple of years. And then future paving projects. And then we do have a grant program for bridge preventative maintenance. This is a new grant that we've received. I don't think we've done this a lot before. And the idea is to catch bridges that are in marginal shape, that are kind of at risk, kind of our roads that are in the same shape. Bridges have the same thing, where there's a spot where if you catch them early with a little investment, you can greatly extend the life. And so this is a federal grant that allows us to do that. So we have, I think, somewhere in the neighborhood of 8 or 9 bridges that we're doing some minor repairs and restoration, things like erosion control, some spalling on the concrete, a new surface on the pavement that help greatly extend that life. So this is a breakdown of our funding over the 5 years. You can see the lion's share is broken by bridges, road preservation, and improvements, and wagon trails, the predominant one, and improvements. And I want to highlight this because safety is something near and dear to my heart. And what I'd like to do, especially as we start finishing some of these FEMA projects and some of these bridge projects, is I really see a focus for Public Works to focus on road safety. Calaveras County, when you look at fatal and severe injury collisions between 2006 and 2017, we are the 3rd worst county in the state of California. And our peers are the same. Tuolumne, Mariposa, Alpine, Amador are all in the bottom 10. With that said, I think there's a need to focus, to proactively focus on systemic roadway safety. This next year, we'll be aggressively pursuing at least 3 to 4 different FEMA or FHWA grants for highway safety. And our hope is not only to see that number go up, but then over time to see our collision rates go down, safety go up, which I think is a direct benefit to our community and the county as a whole. So overall today, some of the things I'd like you to take away from this is SB1 does provide some help. It doesn't close the gap. And so we still have what we see as a pretty big gap between where we'd like to be and where we are right now. Federal grants continue to buoy our program. It's a pretty robust program. You look at other counties of our size, they don't see numbers like this, which I think reflects our staff and the board and the commitment you have to infrastructure. We do see, the one thing I want to highlight, this needs to be an annual process. I brought that to you last year. That was the first time we brought it. We need to come to you every year to make sure that we're checking in with you. And the last thing I want you to take away from this is hopefully this represents a thoughtful and intelligent approach to limited resources in this plan. By checking in annually, we make sure we're consistent with your expectations, the public's expectations, as well as sound fiscal approaches. We need to make sure that we're doing things and spending the money that we do have thoughtfully and judiciously. So again, before I open it up to questions, I want to highlight again, this is not an action item, it's a discussion item only. Feedback from you and direction from you will help dictate the next direction we take. And hopefully based on that feedback, we'll be back with you early in 2020 for a final document to be approved. That's all I have right now. I really appreciate your patience through this, and with that, I'm open to any questions you may have.
Supervisor Stopper?
I sat down with you a few times and talked to you briefly about how you're proceeding. Very good when you talk economy of scale. We can appreciate that, stretch our dollar as far as we can. If we're going to have equipment and resources in a certain area, you know, it pays to do certain things at the same time. Looking at this 2020 list, you know, I don't want to nitpick it, but the part of Burson Road from Highway 26 to Hillville is partially District 5 going into District 1.
It is.
But, you know, and
Southworth.
oh, yeah. You know, just that's not a big deal.
Yeah.
But, and then going down your list when you're including Garner Place, Baldwin Street, and so a lot of people don't realize that even though CSA 1 encompasses a large area, there are county roads that go through it that we are responsible for. And I appreciate that you have CSA 1 written down below this at the same time. Rancho Calaveras does reside in my district. It is the largest population center of the entire county within that area. So apparently it gets the most travels per day on certain roads like Baldwin, Hart-Vixen, and even going into where it splits our district all the way up Silver Rapids and Vista del Lago. So I can look at your list here, and I don't see anything here where I would say we could set this aside. These, you know, when you brought in your statistics and you had you outsourced them doing a survey of the entire county and its roads, and you know, so you can prioritize them. I see reality here in my experience driving through my district. So I just want to say that you've done a lot of good work here, Mr. Pack, and I appreciate what you have going forward here. And if we can get as much done in CSA 1 at the same time as you're working those other roads in that area, it would be appreciated if that could be part of your priority when you outlay it.
Yep, and I first of all, my apologies for that. Normally, I don't put on the supervisor district, but in this case, I think because there's such a need, I wanted to show that our attempt to move that around. So my apologies that I incorrectly listed that road in the wrong district. Yeah, and it's interesting, the CSA 1, I didn't know that until I started putting the roads in, and then saw that, I had a couple of comments that those are county roads, and even, being here only a year, and so I think you are seeing the need. CSA 1 has a pretty sizable balance. CSA 1 needs some attention. We've heard that in the public meeting we had with them. We recognize that we need to go with them to a public meeting to and we have some roads that we've identified that we think we're in need, but there's a couple of conversations to have, one with, the residents of CSA 1 and also with CCWD and other utility partners to make sure that, we're doing roads. I know CCWD has some plans for improvements in that corridor, and we need to make sure we're working with them as a partner to make sure we're not paving those roads and then limiting their ability to perform work in the future. So these are all part of that moving dynamic that, we need to iron out. This is the first step. And so I appreciate the feedback. And like I said, I think you hit the nail on the head with CSA 1. It needs some attention.
Supervisor Toffenelli?
Yes, Josh, thank you and your staff for this great presentation and your thoughtfulness in going forward with what you brought to us. And again, I don't want to nitpick, but Hogan Dam Road actually is partially in District 1 through coming from the highway going back around.
My apologies.
So
it's the part that you
I just had to bring that up.
No, that's a good point. Thank you. I'll go back.
And I want to thank you for your explanation on Pull Station Road. You and I had that conversation via email and phone conversation, and thank you for that explanation. I think it explains it all. When you start talking about trips, number of trips, and the need on these other roads and their thoroughfares, much like Pull Station is, but the number of trips that are there on these roads certainly puts them in the forefront. So thank you.
Yeah, and I want to highlight what that is, and I'm not in any way saying the Pull Station is not in need of service. It needs it badly, and there's a lot of other roads, but I appreciate your feedback, and that it's difficult when you have a lot of needy roads and only so much to go around, you try to come up with a reasonable approach. And again, thank you for the feedback. I appreciate it.
Supervisor Mills?
Yes, Josh, I don't want to nitpick, but I think there's about 20 feet of Paris Ferry that's in District 3.
Fair enough.
No, District 3 really heavily uses Parrots Ferry. I watch them go by every day, going over to Snore to shop. What I wanted to just mention to those, this is the second time that I've heard your presentation, and I see this PCI as being a very thoughtful approach to resolving the issues. It isn't so much what we're going to be doing in an individual district, but what we're going to be doing as a county as a whole, and how we basically approach the solutions. And it's not going to solve it for everybody. Everybody's not going to be happy. But at the same time, the major collector roads are critical to our emergency exits and our access. And I look at these traffic counts that are increasing year over year, where we were seeing less than 4,000 vehicles per day on O'Byrne's Ferry. We're now broaching 4,500 vehicles per day. Those aren't going down. And if we don't take those proactive steps, we're going to be in a real corner very quickly. And I'll give you an example. Drive Parrots Ferry once you cross the bridge into Tuolumne County and say, is this what we want our roads to look like? Because if we don't take these active approaches, that's what it will look like.
Yeah. And I think Tuolumne is a good example on that list, and I won't go back to it, but Tuolumne is in the bottom 4 or 5. And they're in far worse shape than we are. So, no, I appreciate the feedback. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll work on that 300-foot section of Ferry.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Ms. Cowlick?
Ms. Peck, could you please explain with the gas tax and SB1 funds, how we get them? It goes to the state, and how is it allocated to the counties?
Yes, I will do my best because it's a little discombobulated to say the least. But in essence, we don't get a share of the gas taxes that are collected here from gas stations here. We don't get that share. All of the money, and I would argue that would probably do us a disservice based on the amount of gas stations we have compared to other more urbanized areas. So what the state does is they collect all the gas taxes, and it goes up to the state level, and then they reallocate it based on a formula. And the formula is a certain breakdown to state facilities and Caltrans. The breakdown has transit and other needs there, and then the counties and cities each get a formula. And so I don't know off the top of my head whether that exact formula is. I think the cities and counties are pretty equal, but I can get that specific number. But that's how it happens. So it all goes up, and then it gets disseminated on a very specific formula that's been in place for a lot of years. And I know at CSAC they've talked about adjusting the formula, and the worry is if you touch the formula, there's a lot more cities than there are counties, and could that potentially impact it negatively? So everyone's kind of a hands-off on the formula, maybe suggesting that it kind of works, or it works in the absence of another solution. But that's how it works, is it all goes up. And one of the things I hear frequently is they use SB1 and gas tax, or those SB1 dollars for high-speed rail, and that's not the case. It's funded through other mechanisms, but SB1 does not go to high-speed rail. So SB1, and I know there's been some new stuff that the state and Gavin Newsom brought out in his most recent budget about funding infill taking money from highways and going to infill projects in urban areas. That doesn't affect our share. That's not the state or the local or the county or city share. That's the actual portion that's allocated Caltrans. They've made some decisions on funding some different projects instead of doing state highways, but that doesn't affect our share as well. So probably more than you asked for, but that's what I did.
Road money, as you've heard my colleagues say, is very sacrosanct to county supervisors, and I'm sure every county in the state. I had a hard time when you explained to me that you weren't going to be in Ebbets Pass till 2022.
Mm-hmm.
But when I really went through the process with you of getting a larger return on the investment of those dollars, so instead of doing a third of a mile of Sheep Ranch, you'll be able to do a mile of Sheep Ranch, because the funds will then be allocated to those projects. So I've bought your candy bar, a little unwillingly, but I understand that.
Yeah.
The issue comes up, oh, yeah, thank you, Supervisor. Is the emergency, because one of your criteria were road emergencies. And since that is a huge issue in the Ebbets Pass corridor, I was wondering, in place of your coming up to then pave those roads, will there be a program to work on the trimming of moving things back from the sides of the roads, so even though it might be a little rough, you'll be able to have better clearance sight? I mean, there's got to be, if that's a priority, which it is.
Yeah.
I mean, and then the huge issue is really in the Ebbets Pass area. How are we going to marry that priority with what exists?
Yeah, and you make some really good points, and I'm going to hit on a couple of different things, Supervisor Callaway. Number one is, I think, again, you're highlighting the fact that that it's each of these communities have desperate needs, and the blunt truth of the matter is there's not enough to go to all of these, and so like groups like Ebbets Pass in your area, Arnold, they have needs as well. They are met, but they're met a little later in the program. And so the first thing I want to highlight as part of that discussion is this is just for road maintenance. This doesn't include improvements. It doesn't include new roads. It doesn't include accepting roads. I mean, in the future, if we have a major catastrophic or a major emergency or a major disaster, something fails that's not eligible for FEMA or FHWA, we have to look at these funds as a source for that. So we've been very fortunate. It's that struggle we do with, we talk about FEMA and FHW, FEMA and the feds and how difficult they are to deal with. But at the same time, we absolutely need their funding, because if we don't, we're just, you see the impacts. This is every available resource. As far as brushing, we could certainly look at certain roads throughout the summer. We have a robust program through the Conservation Corps and CAL FIRE. They're really good partners with us. We could certainly focus on other roads. I do want to highlight that we are limited somewhat, because road funds are really meant for roads. So brushing immediately adjacent to a road is kind of kind of hits that nexus, but we get a lot of requests from the public to brush 30 feet on each side and go up, and that's essentially outside of the scope of transportation funding. We can't legally do that because that's more for fire suppression than it is for road maintenance. And so with that said, I think there's some things that we could potentially work on offline, especially this summer. If there's areas we can focus with CAL FIRE crews, we could certainly do that. If there's areas that need that clearance for fire safety, we could certainly look at that. That would be outside of Senate Bill 1 and in that transportation funding, but we do have resources for that.
So when we use the CCC, I mean, we pay for that service, and we pay for it how?
So we have an annual budget, I believe it's $20,000, and that's in our regular roads budget. So Senate Bill 1 and the additional funding is only one part of the roads budget. Whether it's highway user taxes, vehicle license fees, et cetera. And so most of our highway user taxes are in our operating budget. So our road crews, our equipment, our materials. The budget for CAL FIRE is included in that amount. And so we can theoretically look at increasing that a little bit, see if we can get their resources more. I will say that they're stretched pretty thin. Every opportunity we get them, we can, and we do. So I don't know how much more we can expand that service, but with that said, and they're always predicated on emergencies throughout the state. So if a paradise happens or fires in Southern California, they're affected by that. But it's a valuable resource. I think we pay like $200 a day for the whole crew to come in. It's a resource that I frankly, if we lost, the county would be in a significantly worse shape. And so we'll continue to look to leverage that as best we can. And if we can increase that and focus on roads in the Ebbets Pass area, certainly be willing to do that, especially roads that provide that we won't be able to get to in a year or two.
Okay, I have one more. And I'll just take Murphy's Bridge.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. When we get reimbursed from FEMA, that money goes back into what? Because we front the money to get the money back.
Yep.
And it goes where?
So Murphy's is a little different than the rest. The board acted on the Murphy's project before everything else. And so Murphy's was either Teeter or General Fund Reserve. I can't remember. It was one of those. Yeah. And Supervisor Tofinelli hit the nail on the head. It'll revert back to Teeter. Now, the other projects in the program are being borrowed from the RIM fees, and so the RIM fee will be reimbursed from that. So that would be the plan.
Thank you.
Josh, thank you very much. I agree with the rest of the board that this is it's nice to have data backing things up. That makes a big difference. It's better than us fighting over who's got more trips on each road. When you've got empirical data, it is what it is. Yeah. Josh, my question is, tell us about, maybe you're not prepared for this, I should have given you some sense, but self-help counties.
I can tell you about
how that plays, what that means, and how that plays into this overall budget.
Yeah, and so I can talk about that, and I can actually, I was not ready for your, thanks, they're not mine, I just found them on some website, but, I can send that, I can send that, I'll find that somewhere else. I can send you that information. So self-help counties, there's about 25 or so self-help counties, and the ones on that list, actually, what I will show you is that chart that I had that showed the counties and their conditions. A lot of the counties, of course, I should have just done it from the current slide. So a lot of the counties on the left side of this list are self-help counties. And self-help counties are counties that adopted sales tax measures to help specifically earmarked for transportation. I've been fortunate. I've worked in 2 counties that had those. Both Contra Costa and Alameda counties had self-help sales tax measures. And you see those same counties in a much better shape. So I actually ran my own analysis just to see what the difference was in pavement conditions between self-help counties and non-self-help counties. It's not a super technical, but you see self-help counties with significantly better pavement conditions than non-self-help counties. And so I think that's where you see a lot of the struggles, and I agree too. Actually, I'll show you a slide here that kind of highlights that I did not include in my presentation. But when we talked about Proposition 6 and the vote to repeal the gas tax, we saw statewide 57% of voted not to repeal the gas tax. But when you look at Calaveras County, 6 out of 10 residents voted to repeal it. And so self-help counties, those counties that are in the more urbanized areas who have done it, have seen a much better pavement as a result. They've seen local measures come in, and it's been specifically earmarked for transportation funding, and you've seen improvements as a result. The question would be, and I'm certainly not making that recommendation, that would come to the board, is if there was a self-help approach where through a sales tax measure or other that provides direct revenue to transportation projects, would absolutely have a direct benefit for county roads, and it would go to, if it was for transportation, it could do that. So that's a different discussion for a different time. We could certainly be willing to bring back some numbers to the board.
Does it leverage other state dollars?
It does, and so I apologize.
SB1?
I should have hit that. So it does. Yeah, it does. So there's earmarks within Senate Bill 1. There's some competitive funding, and it's based on those counties who do have self-help counties, so they can leverage additional money.
So so what is the leverage rate? I mean, we get $2 for every $1.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that.
You'd have to learn more.
From what I've seen I've seen the competitive ones. Again, we're not a self-help, so I haven't dove into those. I haven't seen a ton of money. I don't think it's like for the grants we leverage 1 and get 10. It's not like that, but there is some opportunity to leverage that to get 50 cents or another $1 on that to further stretch that money. So I could certainly bring that back to you individually or to the board if there's
just because, I mean, we've got about 25% of the money that we need to get to okay.
Yeah.
So we have to.
Yeah, I mean, based on board direction at some point down the road, we could look at some scenarios, at least to educate the board. But of course, at this point, that's not, I'm here presenting the facts to you.
Nor is it on the agenda. Supervisor Mills?
Yes, I think we need to really understand the self-help program itself. It isn't just sales taxes or other taxes. There's other ways to be participant. Could you bring all that entire package to us, or maybe just send it to all of us so we can understand what there's other vehicles in there besides sales taxes?
I'd be happy to. I mean, I don't know if I could send it to you individually, or I could come back with a brief presentation.
Certainly, because that's not agenda. Maybe that's something we take up a discussion of it when we set our priorities for the new year.
Yeah.
In January, if we want to have a robust discussion on it, that may be appropriate.
Especially as a study session, it might be an ideal thing for a study session at some point down in 2020.
Let me ask you, any other questions from the board?
I do have one question.
Supervisor Toffenali?
Can you explain when we're talking about this 5-year program and the 20 years of funding that you were speaking of, and we're looking at the first paving schedule of 2020, and we're looking at microsurface. And I'm assuming that's not a complete overlay. So what is the lifespan on a microsurface, and do you patch the road before you do that? Because I'm looking at the Burson Road area that is actually in District 5, where there's a lot of squirrels that have dug underneath the road, and you have the low spots on the shoulders. Is that all going to be repaired before you do this microsurfacing, and then?
Yes, so great question. And so a microsurface is not an overlay. A microsurface is a cousin to a slurry seal. The difference between a microsurface is, and a good example is West Point. We did a type 3, which is a more rougher, coarser aggregate. A microsurface has, it hardens faster.
Don't do it before box derby.
Yeah, don't do it before. That was that's a different story for a different day.
story.
But that's a good point. Yeah, don't do it the week before a parade. That's the thing I take away from that. But the point on that is microsurfaces can do a few things that slurries can't. They can help fill in wheel ruts. They can help fill in cracks that are there up to, I think, 1/4 to 1/2 inch wide. But all of these roads that aren't overlays, even overlays need attention, but either our crews or contractors are going to go in advance of these resurfacing to do leveling courses, base failure repairs, basically the prep work, the vegetation removal, the ditch work necessary, culvert replacements, all necessary to make sure that that investment lasts. Because if we don't do all that, then, I mean, I hate to be so crude, but we're putting lipstick on a pig. And so it just doesn't work. And so we need to go in and do these prep work. And this budget includes that funding to do the prep work necessary to then come in, basically get it all looking good, like kind of quilt work, but have it structurally sound, and then come over the top with the surface. I love microsurfaces. I've been doing it for about 6 years. I found the prices to be very similar to slurry seals, and the lifetime would be anywhere on traffic volumes from 6 to 10 years or more. It depends on heavy truck traffic volume, total volumes, but in reality, an overlay will be 20 years. A resurface can be closer to 10, a well-done one, but the cost is 1/3 of an overlay. So there are values for roads that are in pretty reasonable shape to go hit those before you go to the overlay or more drastic measures.
Thank you. But looking at what you're saying in a 5-year span, then it looks like after we go through this span that you have here, 5 years, that portion of Burson Road could come back around at the next list 5 years from now.
I don't think, based on what I know about Burson, traffic volumes, et cetera, based on what we're proposing, my impression was that should last a good 7 to 10 years or more. Especially with lower volumes, a little bit less. If we get the drainage right, and we get that water off there, and we stay on top of it, crack sealing when necessary, that should last 10 years or more.
Okay, thank you.
With this information item, we'll move to public comment, but I do want to make one last point that you and I talked about this yesterday a little bit, that a lot of the new equipment that we're buying for the Butte fire recovery, that's going to help us speed up future projects down the road as well, because we'll have dump trucks that actually work.
Yeah, and again, I don't want to belabor the point here. Is the funding's affected everything. I mean, we're at our staffing levels are still, for the most part, road maintenance we've reinvested a little bit. We're still at recession levels on that. I have not ramped up funding, that. Our equipment is still pretty archaic. Some of the equipment we have. We shouldn't be, and I think Supervisor Mills said it in a previous meeting, we shouldn't be buying other agencies' retreads. That's not a good investment on our part. The best investment for us is to buy things new, use it while it still has value, and then sell it while it still has value to the community. We need to be that agency. We're not there yet. We're working to get there, but I think you're also seeing that the indirect cost, things like breakdowns, inefficiencies, rental costs, because we have to rent the same piece of equipment. Those are all things that you don't see in the capital program, but you see that in our operating budget through increasing in things like rental costs and other indirect costs that affect our ability to do business.
Great, thank you. I will open up to public comment. Would anybody like to comment on this presentation, item 25? Al?
Yeah, Al Scala, Taxpayer Association. Wow, what a great presentation. I'm not going to say he deserves a raise because I'm a taxpayer. But
you could say that.
No, he's sure good. All right. Dennis hit the nail on the head. Forget about districts. Look at the overall county, get the worst, like you're planning to do, get the safety issues, and then follow a pattern. Now, that doesn't mean that supervisors need to be quiet about things that happen in the district. They want to make sure Public Works knows if there's a problem. That's communication, but that's not like the squeaky wheel. On the SB1 funds, according to the Howard Jarvis Taxpayer Association, the state really screwed up in its handling of the funds for road repairs. And rather than correct the squandering of the money, they decided to go with the bond issue. And that was a big problem. We wouldn't have had to have SB1 if the state had properly handled its finances. That's according to Howard Jarvis. We can do some good with RC, and CSAC by lobbying with those groups to try to get the state back on track. A lot of the problems we have is not caused by our own people. Big questions. What's the cost to the taxpayers if we do a good job on the roads? I think you said the statewide average would be a good thing to target, and we're below that. Okay, if we did that, what's it going to cost our taxpayers? And how do we pay that? Do we pay that through the general fund? Do we pay that through gas tax? We should know that as a taxpayer. And the last item is I'm curious about the self-help plan or proposal. It sounds like a good idea. I'd like to get more information on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Al. Al, we, by the way, gave him a 2% raise on item 15 this morning.
Good.
Scorda?
On the ingress and egress of certain roads, or not roads yet, there's, at the Planning Commission, there was one that my understanding is that Vista del Lago could possibly go over to Highway 12. And to me, that is a really good opportunity to make sure that you have the infrastructure for the utilities and the road done right from the get-go. And it's my personal opinion that when you have a bedroom community, which Rancho, Valley Springs, Wallace, Burson are, it would behoove us to make sure that they get to Highway 12 or to Highway 26 in an expedient way so that they can get to the valley where they are commuting to. And being that this is a development that's in the process, you can use the leverage of they want to do something, so let's do it right. And so that's my big input. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Further comments? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Information items, there's no vote, but thank you very much.
No, thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
We're going to get item 26 done, and then we'll break for lunch. So. Madam Clerk.
Item 26, we need to recess, but I'll read the title.
Read the title.
Okay. Item 26 is from the Environmental Management Agency to authorize the board chair to sign the grant agreement between the California Air Resources Control Board and the district for implementation of Year 2 of the Wood Smoke Reduction Program, find exempt from CEQA, and approve budget transfer of new grant funds into SRF 5601 for dispersal under terms of the grant agreement. The budgetary portion of this action requires a 4/5 affirmative vote of the board.
Thank you. I am recessing the Board of Supervisors, and we are reconvening it as the APCD, Air Pollution Control Board, Calaveras. Brad, welcome.
Thank you. This is just year 2 of a very popular program that started last year. The funds were allocated from Assembly Bill 1613 from the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. It set aside $5 million for this, 90% of which needs to go to wood stove replacement. These are the wood stoves that are prior to 1988. Of that 90%, 75% of it is designated for low-income families. And so the program, last year we had like $90,000 in the program, and it resulted in 27 wood stoves being replaced. They told us that we would see a big reduction this year in the program because the pie was going to be cut in more pieces, and the larger Bay Area counties and such were going to get a piece of the money more than year 1. And Mr. Doug Carson, our air quality specialist, got involved in the allocation formula with the state, and we ended up with more. So thanks to Doug for that. I'd be happy to answer any questions about this.
Supervisor Tavenelli?
Yes, I do. Did we use all the monies that we were allocated last year?
I believe we have, correct?
Yes. We have. Good. My next question is the stoves that they're replacing. They're not actually wood-burning stoves where you can go cut a log down and put a tree down and put the logs in there and burn it. They're pellet stoves, or is there requirements on these stoves that were actually can be replaced?
There's 3 different kinds of stoves it can replace. You can have a EPA certified wood stove, which are fantastic because they use less wood. They not only, do less pollution, they use less wood for the amount of heat. So yes, you can replace it with that. You can replace it with a wood fireplace insert, or with a natural gas or propane or electric home heating device. And I believe the pellet stoves are also accepted, correct, Doug?
In round 2 now.
In round 2. Okay.
So,
all right. Thank you.
It gives people some options.
Just remind the people that when the power goes out, those pellet stoves at your house could get pretty cold. So if you're up country. Other questions from the board? Very well. I will open this up to public comment. Would anybody like to comment on item 26? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for further discussion or a motion.
I'll move this item, Mr. Chair.
Moved by Supervisor Toffenelli.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Stopper. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carries 5-0. Great program. Great job, guys. Keep them coming. All right. We have, let's get 27 done. We get one more. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I am adjourning the Air Pollution Control Board, and Board of Supervisors is no longer in recess, so we will continue. Thank you.
Item 27 is from Economic and Community Development to authorize the Director of Economic and Community Development to accept $4,000 in 2019-20 PG&E Economic Development Funding allocation for promoting economic development activities in Calaveras County, and authorize a budget transfer increasing revenue in the total amount of $4,000 101-00620-4712, and increasing appropriations in the amount of $4,000 to 101-00620-5411, requires a 4/5 affirmative vote of the board.
Thank you very much. Ms. Galina.
Good morning, Chair and Honorable Board. Kathy Galino, Economic and Community Development. So I have the opportunity to receive $4,000 from PG&E through their Economic Development Division for promoting economic development opportunities in Calaveras County. And I'm bringing this before you for your approval and authorization, and then to use that funding to do education and outreach on various economic development platforms, as well as on the website, print media, and other forms of outreach.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Supervisor Mills.
Be it duly noted, 27A, which is the Auditor Controller's budget transfer page. Very nice to see that in these agenda items today. Definitely improvement over what we've had in the past. I know it's not speaking specifically to your agenda item, but it helps to give clarity to where it is in the budget. What specifically do you think you'll be able to put together, Kathy, for this?
I'm hoping to put together an updated brochure. I'm also hoping to update the website and also promote maybe at some events, maybe help offset some conference expenses that I'll have.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions from the board? Very well. Is there public comment on item 27? Hal?
Thank you. Alsa County Taxpayer Association. One of the, in Tuolumne County, there's been a real tragedy in economic development, and which gives some lessons for them and lessons for us. And I think the main lesson that I took from what's happening is you need more sunshine. You need to have accountability. And she's doing an excellent job, so there's not any criticism for her. But I think you'd want to see exactly what that money is being spent for or has been spent for, and so that you would follow that trend of sunshine. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments on item 27? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for further discussion or a motion.
I'll move this item, Mr. Chair.
Moved by Supervisor Toffenelli. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Stopper. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. All right. We will take a lunch break a little bit early, but let's return here at 1:30. We'll stay on time. It's holiday season. And we stand recessed till 1:30. Thank you. Welcome back to the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting. We are on item 28.
Item 28 is from the Administrative Office to authorize and direct the Auditor Controller to post budget transfers. 1, decreasing appropriations in the administration budget and increasing appropriations in the cannabis regulation budget in the amount of $13,500. 2, decreasing appropriations in the code compliance budget and increasing appropriations in the cannabis regulation budget 10101010 in the amount of $11,749. 3, decreasing appropriations in the county council budget and increasing appropriations in the cannabis regulation budget 10101010 in the amount of $71,583. 4, decreasing appropriations in the insurance budget and increasing appropriations in the cannabis regulation budget 10101010 in the amount of $89,844,000. 5, decreasing appropriations in the Office of Emergency Services budget and increasing appropriations in the cannabis regulation budget 10101010 in the amount of $11,315. And 6, distributing the above referenced appropriations in the cannabis regulation budget as set forth on the cannabis regulation budget transfer 10101010 in the amount of $197,991.
Thank you. It's an administrative item. Mr. Alder, how would you like to go?
I'll just open real quick on this particular item. I know the cannabis budget has been before us several times. This is a much smaller piece that we're bringing forward in an effort to try and accommodate the fact that the fees become effective on December 23rd, Monday the 23rd. We've got a program in place with existing staff to begin accepting permits and subsequently accepting fees as well, beginning at the first of the year. And so our ask in this particular item is to help support the staffing necessary to not only start the program, but continue the permit process and site inspections, et cetera, that are necessary throughout the regulatory process for the remainder of the year.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
I have some questions. First, the salary portion of this that you have put aside was 114, I think, is what you have. What positions are those funding? Is that funding for? It's not really spelled out here.
Those are salaries for the 3 positions that were in the fee studies that are for the Cannabis Control Office. So the program manager, the department analyst, and the admin assistant positions. Right. But for clarification, we wouldn't be filling them on these transfers in any permanent way. So it'd be an opportunity for us to look at temporary options to fill those positions.
Okay. So either temporary or whatever. The question I have is I see where you're pulling some of this money from, and you're pulling it out of budgets that exist. How much of this are you pulling out has to do with salary savings in any of these departments?
Well, a portion of it is salary savings. The item outlines where the funds are coming from. But
it does, but I wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, our first effort was to try and identify salary savings, which in this case happened to be minimal, that are in the CAO's office. My approach has been that the Cannabis Control Office is under the CAO's office, so we try to contain it within the departments that I have direct supervision of. In so doing, we didn't have enough salary savings to accommodate that, so we moved on to other areas, as mentioned here, insurance, and then unfortunately we also moved outside of the CAO's office because we didn't have enough salary savings to cover just this initial piece that we needed.
Well, I asked some questions of Kathy Gomes on salary savings and where we are overall at this point. in time, and she says in her email that we have about 1.9 million in savings just in general fund salary savings. So I asked the question, if that's the case, and if we're shortchanging ourselves in insurance some way between now and the next 6 months, or an OES office, or wherever, would it be not wiser to maybe tap this 197 out of those salary savings versus going down this road that we're looking at? We could be coming back to the board asking to reallocate funds into these positions because in March we're short. We had an unexpected insurance issue or something.
So a couple points, very good questions. I appreciate those. The salary savings, the number Kathy has provided is very preliminary, but all of the salary savings that we have transferred from would be within that salary savings that you're speaking to. We're not in her calculation, so it's all from the same place in that case. I've tried to be really careful about how we approach it rather than have this transfer look like an advance mid-year. At mid-year, we all know that the salary savings is something that many of the departments will come back and ask for additional expenditures out of those monies. So I've tried to protect the process as much as possible, the mid-year process, and funding sources outside the CAO's office as much as possible in putting this transfer forward. So we didn't go into any departments that for example, any of the safety departments. We didn't go to the sheriff's department, DA's office, or anything like that. We've tried to accommodate it all within the CAO's office, and it could put us at risk. We knew some of our budgets could be at risk when we were having to fund this program of general fund salaries minus the budget. So we just tried to be really careful about it and contain it to as small portion as we could.
And some of that can be addressed at mid-year, though, when we get some.
It can.
My next question is for Sarah, County Counsel. Going down this road that we're looking at here, none of these funds are recoverable if we go into revisit at mid-year or at some point later on when we go to a new budget. They're non-recoverable with any of the fees that are being taken in. Are they recoverable, or because we're allocating money from general fund into this, are they then expended without being recovered from the fees?
If I may.
No, go ahead. You're talking about moving monies within the general fund.
No, what I'm talking about is we're funding from the general fund into a department and putting money into their budget because it's general fund money, and we're now funding this budget. At some point, when we start being able to use the fees that we didn't get a 4/5 vote on, is this money that we're setting aside and putting into this budget, the $197,000, recoverable from those fees?
Yes, is the answer to your question. So the timing of that will depend on what the logistics look like of it. But at the end of the day, those fees will go into a separate special revenue fund. We have both the general fund operating budget, the budget is set before you here, 10, 10, 10, 10. We will be tagging all of those expenditures so that we know which departments are actually paying for those expenses and how much we're expending directly out of that budget unit. When we go back and ultimately have a budget, be it in this fiscal year or next, we will then budget to reimburse the general fund for any expenses that were covered by the general fund in this current window where we don't actually have a full operating budget authorized.
Okay,
So yes.
You're asking us to vote for this to create a budget.
Correct.
So we are creating a budget, not when we come back and have real budget. This is a budget that you're asking for us to fund. And so I'm not sure if my question was answered. I understand what you said about tracking, but we don't need to track anymore. If this is the budget, whatever expenditures come out of it, that's what it is. So that was my question, and I'm sorry, I'm not sure if I got a clear answer. Are these monies that we are expending here recoverable to the general fund through the fees that we'll be taking in with the program once we start on December 23rd taking applications?
Yes, it is. And in fact, what my intention would be is to come back to the board at some point when we've collected the fees and we have some clear numbers on how many permits we've issued, letters of conditional authorization. We know exactly how many permits have been to the point that we've collected fees. We'll know the amount of fees we have collected at that point, and then I'd ask for reimbursement back to these accounts. The fee money can only be expended for cannabis activities. So
correct.
We wouldn't want to create the draw on the general fund, and we want to reimburse these budgets, but until we have the fee revenue to evidence to the board, this was the way we needed it to go to get the department started.
I just wanted to clarify that.
That's a good
so
question.
Is that, you agree with that, Sarah?
That's consistent with my understanding, yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
And that's fully our intention.
Other questions from the board? Supervisor Mills.
Well, let's go back to the insurance piece again. It's 89,000 roughly. Where exactly is this money coming from? The premiums, liability insurance premiums, are we in a surplus on premiums that we can take 82,000 out of it?
Exactly. The premiums for the year have been paid. After conferring with the Director of Human Resources, Ms. Hawkins, the full balance in that account at this point is available to be reallocated. The delta approximately.
So I'm going to ask a question, and all you need to do is say yes. Are we putting the county, yes or no? Are we putting the county at risk because of taking this money out of the insurance premiums? Or do you feel that we will be able to survive through mid-year to the rest of the year with removing this kind of money from it?
Certainly from that object code and that budget unit, the answer is yes, we can remove that money now. Those expenditures have been made 100% per the Director of HR for the year.
So in case I missed something, this 10-10-10-10-10 account is a new org key?
It's actually the same org key as the original cannabis regulation budget under the UO. It didn't have any activity in the last fiscal year, so it's been dormant, but it is the same org key as what's been on the books for some time.
And it was actually put forward in the budget development process, and Krista's spoken to this previously. There's no funds allocated in it currently when we brought it forward in the budget process, but it has come forward several years as a zero budget.
As a zero budget, okay, because it wasn't actually having any funds in the budget book for this year.
Correct.
That's okay. All right.
No further questions from the board? And I will open up for public comment.
Good afternoon, Vicki Reinke. Yeah, I see, again, we're trying to find some money to implement an ordinance that nobody wants, but that's beside the point. I guess there's a couple of questions. One is, what is the county's obligation to implement an unfunded ordinance? When it was voted in, we knew we had no budget, we knew we had no funding, so I'd like an answer to that. I know the public never gets an answer to any of their questions, but I think that's a legitimate question to have answered. And I think some of the questions were asked at the dais about the money, where the money's coming out of those accounts. how does that affect the future of our county based on trying to repay these things through a fee? The other piece of this that I've talked about in the past, and it comes here again, is this is still a huge problem in our county to implement this ordinance with the requirements that are given. We know that it takes a lot of staff, it takes a lot of time, it takes all of those things that we don't have. And that's what we did with the UO. Everybody just said, let's just go for it. Well, we're still in the same spot, and that bothers me, and I know you're trying to find some money so you can start doing whatever that's going to cause a huge problem for our county. Employees and staff, the public, you know, we want to know that we're going to be safe because you're going to do this correctly this time, but you have to do a lot of things with code enforcement, with building codes, with all those departments have to be out at these sites. And we know in the past that hasn't happened. As a matter of fact, with the ordinance for the ban, they were supposed to go out and inspect all these properties that had been given a permit. Not one was ever inspected. So how do we know going forward we can trust the county to do the job they're supposed to do when they start giving out permits and doing the job that's required to do this properly? So anyway, I hope that, you know, you can reconsider, and I don't understand how a county, yes, you passed an ordinance, but how you can't say it's not ready, we have to delay it for 3 months or whatever it is that's going to take to do it right. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker.
Well, here we are again, trying to find the most difficult way to do something. As you've been around county government for a while, we know that during the budget season, department heads come forward. They have their plan, they have their task, a list of things to do. They come up with how much money they're going to need. The board debates it. The public gets to comment on it. Then it's voted on. Should be locked in. Not with this board. Not with this board. You wanted to do it the hard way. You're so maniacal. You're so crazy to get this done that following procedure is the last thing you want to do. You ought to haul down that flag with the tree on it and hoist the Jolly Roger instead, because what you're doing is going around to departments and taking money away from department heads who did it right. They came up with their budget, it was approved last year, and they'll do the same thing next year, but not this group. You're going to take it now. You're going to do it the wrong way. And then you're going to try to put pressure on other supervisors to join your gang and defeat the whole budget process. Why even have a budget? Why have a budget process? Next year, everyone just bring forward all the stuff they want to do, vote on it, and spend the money. And when the CAO says, well, I think some of this is going to be staff, you damn straight it's going to be staff. What else is there? These are people. And now they're going to be serving two masters. Where's the union in all this? Is that what you do with employees? Say you've got two bosses to satisfy. That's not good management practice. But you're going to do it anyway. You can't, you're blinded to this for some reason. And when I see people this rabid about doing stuff and doing it wrong, it makes me wonder what's in it for you. No one takes chances like this. No one does this kind of stuff just for the heck of it. The entire purpose of government is gone, and you guys have destroyed it. 3 of you have. And we've got 2 supervisors that ask the right questions. I know that they don't want to, be blamed for, the lack of services, because that's what's going to happen. You're taking services out of the public. You're taking 200 people and placing them ahead of 42,000. When we've got housing developments, permits, we've got people who want to do things, businesses in this county, legitimate businesses that don't violate federal law, and they're going to be made to wait because you've got a special classification, your buddies, that are going to get a shot to go in and get it done. And it doesn't make any difference if they do it right or not. EIR, to hell with it. You got a lawsuit. General plan, to hell with it. You got a lawsuit. How many things are you going to do to create a lawsuit every time you do something? You might want to stop and rethink what you're doing. You might want to stop and rethink, is this the way we need to go? I don't think it's going to work out for you. I really don't.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Aurora Weatherby, District 5. I'm not at all happy with what you're going to do here. It's an end run around the 4/5 vote that you're trying to do. You're taking money from departments that has already been budgeted, and you have somebody that is going to manage this that has less than a stellar reputation on a management of money. I have to watch my money. I pay everybody that sits up there. I pay for all these salaries that go into this county. I want emergency services to have their money. You've eliminated the sheriff's office and the district attorney's office out of this so that you can have total control, the three of you, Supervisor Garamendi, Supervisor Callaway, and Supervisor Stopper. You eliminated the sheriff's office because you don't want them to see the criminal background checks that come in so that you can make all the decisions on what growers are going to get their marijuana permit. I mean, it's ludicrous. You know, the scientists say that the world is made up of neutrons, protons, and electrons, but they forgot to say that their people are made up of morons. Thank you.
Next speaker.
The budget has been approved by the state of California. You are circumventing this and gambling with the approved general fund dollars, causing the Calaveras County constituents to be at risk of losing this money. How can you guys justify gambling with general fund monies? How can you do that? I just don't understand it. We deserve to be heard. And you guys have meeting after meeting until you have the objectioners so tired out that they don't show up anymore. And I am one person who objects to this. I object to it violently. And you are taking the government of Calaveras County and making a charade out of it. And this department that you want to fund is going to be run by someone who will be given absolute power, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. To leave out the DA's office, to leave out the sheriff's office from this is just beyond the pale. I can't believe that you would be so willing to cause us to be in a position like this. It just doesn't make sense to me that you would put us at risk like this.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to address item 28? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for further discussion or a motion. Further questions? Supervisor Mills?
I'm certain everybody's going to want to know why I vote or why I think the way I do. I consider this to be a very innovative approach. Had never thought about it myself. The idea of an obligation to implement, I can't buy that simply because there are many laws that are currently enacted that are unfunded. I'll give you an example. Rohrabacher Farr is one. And although you could see a 3/5 vote today or 4/5 vote, a 3/5 vote would be legal based upon what I'm seeing in this. But I think it also comes down to how did we get here? And I'm going to be very consistent in my approach to this. So my answer will be no.
Supervisor Toffenelli?
Well, I look at it a little bit different. This ordinance is in existence. It's going to start implementing on December 23rd. Whether I vote for this or not, it is, in fact, legal what is being asked to be done. There's nothing wrong with it. It's innovative, like Supervisor Mills said. I think it's very well thought out that take this approach because funding needs to be for this positions that were mentioned by the CAO to at least implement this program. I did not vote for this ordinance, either one of them, but the board did, and I'm part of this board. And I have to give direction to staff. I have to be able to give staff the tools that they need in order to implement any ordinance that comes before this board and passed by this board, whether I vote for it or not. Is it fair to the employees? Is it fair to the ones that are going to be affected? It may not be effective. You may not have any immediate implications in planning or code or what have you, but at some point you will. But you will have an admin office where this is going to be housed, where the employees that he's asking for funding to be housed. And you talk about chaos with the urgency ordinance. I'm not sure you're going to be able to get employees in place by the time of the 23rd. We're talking next Monday. You haven't even advertised because you haven't had funding for it. This is fastly approaching, and you're going to have a number of people, and we don't know yet how many people you're going to have outside your front door 9 a.m. on the 23rd wanting to fill out applications. I don't want to look at this like I'm going to be dead set against it simply because I don't feel it's right, and I don't. I didn't vote for this ordinance. I don't feel it's right. I wouldn't have voted for this ordinance with what was put into it as far as the size of the lots that you can grow this 1 acre on. I was dead set against that. I think staff was against that. But I don't want to get it back into this ordinance because it's already passed. It is what it is. This is a very difficult decision. That's before me. It's not going to matter whether I vote for it or not. It doesn't matter at this point. All it takes is 3 votes. And that's what's here before us today. I understand where Supervisor Mills is, and I understand where some of the people that spoke here today, but I don't think they fully understand the fact that this is going to be implemented. It's a done deal. You can't go back and say we didn't have 4 votes for this ordinance. You didn't need 4 votes for this ordinance. You can say that I'm caving into it. I don't see it that way. What I'm looking at is, yes, it's going to be implemented whether there's 3 votes or not. But I'm looking at, is it fair to staff having to put this ordinance in place, having to deal with this ordinance? They had nothing to do with this vote. They've been working directly behind the scenes trying to get this thing off the ground. Would they prefer working on something else? I don't know, but that's what they were directed to work on. That's what their job is, given direction by the CAO and admin office to work on. They spent many hours on it. They spent, Sarah's crew spent many hours on it. Ethan is consumed since October, before October, putting that whole thing together. Is it fair to them to have to implement this thing without funding? I just can't, in all reality, think that's right, regardless whether I agree with this ordinance or not. So I will more than likely be voting yes on this, simply because I understand where it puts admin office and the employees of this county.
Thank you very much. Further comments or a motion? Supervisor Stopper?
We thank you for that, Mr. Toffanelli. We do have an obligation. There are laws passed in the state. The Permit Streamlining Act of the 70s comes to mind. There's certain things with CEQA that you can't just hand a person permit, but you have to proceed with the process, and that's the point. I think staff's done a great job with the direction they've been given, and we need to continue supporting staff, whether that we agree with what's going on or not. The majority has spoken. There's been points in the past where a majority has spoken in other directions, and staff has carried that out, and I appreciate that they've always, whether gears have switched, have always done well with their job. So with that, I'll hand it off for now for anybody else that has any comments.
Any other comments? Was there a motion?
I move we authorize and direct the auditor controller to post the budget transfers.
We have this item has 5 pieces to it.
Right.
Item 1 through 5 are together. Item 6 sets alone. So I think in order to have a motion that will work, check me if I'm wrong, Krista, we'll need to have a motion either on 1 through 5 or item 6.
So,
reading that right?
If you...
There's 2 alternatives on the bottom.
Correct.
Alternative 1, I believe, carries 1 through 5, and alternative 2 will carry 6, right?
Yes.
Actually, just in order to clarify, so the recommendation of staff is for items 1 through 6. So the first 5 budget transfers actually reduce the general fund contributions in the departments we discussed, and then item 6 provides for how those appropriations will be distributed in the cannabis regulatory budget.
So we should do 2 motions.
So you can do, 1 motion could be made in the event that alternative 2 were to be moved. In that case, then we would do 2 motions and essentially do a second, actually, but I guess 2 motions, one for the special revenue fund budget transfer piece, and items 1 through 5 would not be moved, and item 6 would be made with that. We didn't discuss that option, so in order to affect staff's original recommendation, that would just be 1 motion.
Is it all right if we discuss that option prior to making a motion, Ms. Calaveras?
Yes.
So alternative 2 is where the board could choose to appropriate revenue for what would be approximately 16 permits in order to cover the appropriations requested in the cannabis regulation budget. Were that to happen, then we would not need to make the general fund reductions in the departments that we've already discussed, and those fees would instead be covered by the revenue that we think is, quite frankly, a low estimate of what we anticipate receiving between now and the end of the fiscal year. If we were to do that, then we would do that consistent with what we had discussed previously, where all those funds would go into a special revenue fund, and then as fees are incurred in the operating budget, they would be released by the auditor controller and deposited into the general fund operating budget. Because of that inter-fund transfer, that would require 4/5 vote of the board.
So everybody sort of understand what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Supervisor Toffenauer.
Can you restate this?
Sure. Okay. So if instead of making reductions to the general fund departments that we discussed, we could budget revenue in the same dollar amount, which for the board's information would be approximately 16 permits worth of revenue. And that revenue could cover this $197,000 budget, which would alleviate the need to make general fund reductions that we've previously discussed. That would be a 4/5.
Right, and that would be 4/5, which we just voted against that.
Right.
You're right. That's what we took on the last two meetings.
Correct.
But that is an alternate not to go and.
It's an alternate at a much smaller dollar amount with much fewer permit revenue, or much, lower revenue anticipated. But yes, that would be consistent with what we'd previously discussed.
Understand?
Yeah, I would not vote for that.
Yeah, considering we went through that scenario and it didn't pass on a 4/5, I'd like to go back to what is being recommended.
Sure, so that would be
With
one motion.
That's right, with one motion. Okay.
Okay.
As recommended. So I move that.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Do a roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Why?
Okay, we could do it by voice. I wasn't sure if you wanted to do it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No?
Carries 4-1. Supervisor Mills in dissent. Motion carries.
Can we take a 5-minute break?
Sure. Let's take a 5-minute break. We'll come back at 2:15.
Erase.
Calaveras County Board of Supervisors.
Just like
29.
Item 29 is from the Administrative Office to receive a presentation regarding the county's HVAC infrastructure and authorize and direct the CAO to investigate potential financing options for HVAC replacement.
Good afternoon, Chairman Garamendi, supervisors, and public. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk today about something that's been before the board several times, at least in terms of their priorities. Just a note for the public that are here in the room, there are copies of the presentation on the podium. There's copies of the presentation for the board in front of your seats. Before we get going, I will introduce my colleague here from Compass Energy Solutions. This is John Mattice, again from Compass Energy Solutions. He'll have a piece in this presentation, and then you'll notice that Patrick Martin, our facilities and grounds manager, is here, and he'll have some talking points as well. Get started here. Topic of discussions today. The item obviously speaks to the nature of how we may finance or consider financing options for a pretty robust HVAC replacement program. But there's some context to it that I want to be able to outline, some legal provisions under the government code that will influence our decision and how we got to where we're at and led to the feasibility study that gives us the overall cost of the project. So I'm going to walk through each of those things and we'll talk about some of the cost benefit of just a pretty generic financing as an option and what potential next steps may be. So just to provide context for particularly the public that haven't had opportunity to follow this, on April 18th, 2018, the board unanimously agreed to direct staff to work on particular projects, one of which is HVAC replacement. And what you'll see here is this is a snippet from the April 18th, 2018 minutes. And then again on March 26, 2019, as you'll recall, the board took action here to create an ad hoc committee and reiterated the projects from the April 18th meeting, again, including the HVAC replacement. So this has been a consideration for the board for at least a couple of years. It was also something that I brought up on July 16th, 2019, when I spoke to my goals that were ultimately supported by the supervisors. In my goals, I specifically called out mechanical systems, but we had a pretty lengthy discussion about my concerns about our HVAC systems, and particularly the fact that we have many units, over half of the units in the county are on R22, which we'll talk about a little bit more fully here in the presentation. So I don't expect you to read all of this. I provided a link later so that you'll be able to look at it, but I wanted to provide a couple of important talking points. Government Code 4217 is a procurement method, and it's a relatively new procurement method. As you'll recall, we've looked at other procurement methods like job order, contracting that the Public Works Director has brought forward. So we're constantly looking for new opportunities on how we can deliver projects in a more efficient way. Government Code 4217 is a procurement method that's allowed for public agencies that has very specific requirements. And I've indicated them here on the code, but I know it's too much to read. We can come back to it and discuss it more if you like, but I want to touch on some very specific points that were in all that text that I just showed. For any public entity to use 4217 of the Government Code as a procurement method, it has to be an energy project, and there must be cost savings due to the project in energy cost. In addition, the project overall must be in the best interest of the public agency, and the board has to find these things exist in a public hearing, and that public hearing has to be notified at least 2 weeks in advance so that the public has opportunity to provide input. Government Code 4217 is widely used by cities and counties. I have used it in my past life in education, which is a public entity as well. And we're seeing 4217 being used a lot in school districts and community college districts, particularly because the state has specifically allocated money for energy projects. Cities and counties, obviously like us, haven't had the benefit of that same funding mechanism. So our projects, if you were to Google 4217, you'll see the school districts are utilizing it much more heavily, but you'll also find government entities, cities and counties up and down the state are using it as well for the same types of projects that we're using. So I was familiar with it in using it in other public entities, but because it was new to us here, I brought it to council, and I won't speak for council because they're in the room. That between Megan, y'all remember her, right? She's now in Yolo County, and Sarah, we discussed the procurement method. And one of the things that was obviously very interesting to council that we show through this project is we absolutely have to show the cost savings. And the way for us to show cost savings in examining this project was to have a feasibility study. The feasibility study, that's where my colleague John Matthijs comes in from Compass Energy Solutions. I qualified Compass Energy Solutions through a process. I mentioned in my past life in schools I had done many 4217 projects, but I didn't want an entity that had focused just on school projects. So I contacted facilities managers that knew of entities that had been doing city and county work, and multiple entities. It wasn't only Compass Energy Solutions. I contacted others as well. But through the process and doing reference checks on Compass Energy Solutions, they'd been doing a lot of work, most recently with the city of Clovis, and the city of Clovis provided references on them. Their projects were very similar, their budgets were very similar, and most importantly, what their points about Compass is that they get the job done. They're familiar with working with smaller agencies and facing cost challenges, as opposed to some of the bigger Aircos and Siemens and whatnot that do these types of projects that do really big entities and really big energy projects. So they were a good fit for us in what we were looking to do. So Compass came on board, conducted a feasibility study, and that'll be further on here in the presentation, and John will present that to you. But it's important to note that after the feasibility study was completed, not only did I review it with council, I took it to the ad hoc committee as well, and have presented this information to the ad hoc committee because it is one of the priorities as identified in the minutes earlier to go back through the ad hoc committee. And then once I went through those steps, I've also sat down with the auditor controller and gone through the feasibility study as well and let her know that this item was coming forward. So depending on what the direction is from the board, she'll be involved quite directly if we take the next steps in considering how we'll fund the project. But before we get to the project itself, the feasibility study is real critical to understanding why we're asking for the potential of finance consideration. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Matthijs for him to present.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Al. We can go to the next page. We'll go through so what we did was we were tasked to do a feasibility study. We had three HVAC companies come out and take a look at the identified scope of work, which we worked with facilities closely to identify the equipment that is aged and R22 in order to get with compliance. And then what's amazing with this county is you have a facility person who's been here 35 years and has worked extensively on all the units, and he has extensive notes on every one of them. So it was a pleasure working with someone who understood exactly what the county needs as far as HVAC goes. We've never seen such detailed notes before in my 10-year career with doing these projects. So it was a great asset to have Dave and Patrick on board with this. So we worked closely with them, identified and prioritize the units. And before I get into the details of the scope of work, we can talk about the project benefits. The first one is one of the most important, which is to comply with the mandate in 2020, January 1, to get rid of the hazard material they call R22. And then we get to this project's also going to reduce operating costs over the life of the equipment, and we used an 18-year number for the life of the equipment, although you've kept these units running for 40 years. So this is a very conservative number. Reduce maintenance repair by 70%. Eliminate another $12,000 a year with AC services you guys contract out that come out and they take a look at all the units, then they tell Dave and Patrick exactly what needs to be done with them, and then Patrick and Dave take care of it. So that would go away with the new units. We're going to improve the efficiency by 36%. Currently, the load of the county is about 3 million kWh is the usage. We're going to reduce that load by changing out replacing all the HVAC units, and the boilers are gas, but just the HVAC units is going to reduce about 36%. So take about 1 million plus consumption off of the 3 million that you currently have. We're going to add controls to all of them so that the facilities can manage them remotely and can make sure when the units need to be off, they're off, and when they need to be controlled in a certain way, they don't have to come physically to the site. They can do it per their phone or their office. Infrastructure, we're going to make sure everything's to code. These units have been here for a long time. Codes have changed, so we're going to make sure that when they're replaced, they're replaced properly. And then I just put a time frame down because it's to see if we get a notice to proceed, somewhere between 3 to 5 months, we can get this whole project completed, which would hopefully be before summer starts, because there's have a tendency to fail. The AC units is in the summer, so, or just before the summer. It's Murphy. Yeah, jump in anytime, please.
Just one quick question. You say improve HVAC efficiency and reduce kilowatt hours by established 36%. Does that also fall into reduce operating costs of $1.674 million over the life of the equipment? Does that come into the same equation also?
It does, because the 1.6 is the 18 million times the 93,000 that is the first annual savings. And I can get that a little further down the page, but and that's conserved because we didn't put any, since you have such amazing utility rate in the county, they couldn't tell us if there was going to be an increase and how much that would be. So we just left it stagnant at exactly what it is. We know there is going to be an increase, just don't know what that is. So we left it conservative, kept it at 93 times the 18 years, and that's how we get to the 1.6.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Jump in anytime, please.
That's at current figures, though. We pay 8 cents a kilowatt hour currently. And going up, it could go up at any time. So.
Right. That's why the 1.6 is a low conservative number. Right. Well, I think you'll exceed that.
Let me please offer some color commentary there. That I should have touched on that in the references when we talked to Clovis. That's one of the things that they noted was important, that Compass doesn't estimate or over promise what your savings are going to be, and that was important to us because of the very point that you said, that we know rates will go up over time. We have a great benefit that our rates are a lot smoother than typical PG&E rates. If they were doing a project on PG&E, they would have anticipated the approved rate increases over PG&E, but for us, we just kept the rate flat over the next 18 years, the life of the machine. So we're assured that the savings will be greater than the conservative estimate.
I do have a couple questions while we're on this slide. The yearly savings per unit per year. Could you figure what that might be for each unit that you change out? Just kind of a rough number.
Yeah, well, the tonnages are different. So what we did was we have a software that we use. It's that we do the load with kW per ton, their age, everything's considered in that. That's the three main, and then also we use usually around a 40% usage with that, which we were told is not. Usually everything's running quite a bit here because it's not. Unfortunately, it's not controlled yet. So that's probably a conservative number too. So that's how we came up with per unit with an overall savings annually.
Yeah,
first year one.
Per ton makes better sense. I understand.
Agreed, because they're also different. I mean, we can't treat the 40-year-old unit like the 15-year-old unit or the larger ones and the smaller. So there's a formula for that.
So on remotes, would you be looking to a Nest type operation or learning a thermostat or control system that would learn use?
Yeah, there's so much out there now, and you can go Cadillac, expensive, bells and whistles, or you can just you have the county has a great relationship with Delta Controls, and what allows the county, when you're working with somebody like us through Government Code 4217, is we can choose whoever we want to work with, and we're 100% neutral. So we want to choose somebody who's first of all qualified. Secondly, if they're qualified and have a relationship with the city or with the county, that's what we want, because of the ability to answer calls or address the system if there's a problem, or answer questions. So, or somebody local is what we prefer. So what we're doing now, currently you have Delta controls, and it's not the, which we're pleased with, it's not the bells and whistles that you really don't necessarily need. And so they've done a very good job as we qualified them, very good job on what they've given you in the past. So we're using them again to come in and replace what they have already, keep what they have, and then add to, which I'll show you in the control side of it, add to their current controls. So it's going to be standardized.
Okay, and I have a third question is, we're going to be using a HERS rater?
A what?
HERS rater?
What's that?
Talking about airflow? I'm talking about airflow. In other words, where we have to pressurize the area and determine leakage.
They don't require that quite yet per state standards, but it's come down the pike.
Okay, because I know in residential it's been required for a number of years. I just was wondering.
Even with the replacement of new units?
Yes, sir.
Interesting.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so scope of work, what we come up with when we looked at, there's somewhere between 80 units total, but there's 54 that really had fit the criteria of R22 and age. Really, I don't know how, out of the 54, I'm not sure how probably 35 of them are still running. So it's amazing what Dave and Patrick have done. It's unbelievable, really. So 54 AC units to be replaced. We have 2 boilers to be replaced. There's 2 gas units in one of the libraries that we're going to convert over to electric because of the rates that you guys have here are amazing. So that's going to be a savings in itself and easier to maintain. Delta control systems on all the units, and then we're going to standardize AC and boilers moving forward for the county. So we're doing all carrier barred systems for the wall units. Liebert, there's only a couple of Lieberts that are specialized units that we're going to stay with that brand, and then Lars is for the current 2 boilers. Delta controls, overall, doing piece by, oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Why would we be going from gas units to electric units?
Well, the electric, since you only pay on a blended rate of 8 cents per kWh, which is maybe 25% of normal, it's just an amazing rate. It's even if it goes up slightly, electric is a more cost-effective approach than gas for these two units.
I don't know, I guess I think
you like gas?
Well, I think of it where I live up in the snow, and when the power's out, we're all happy that we have propane.
Gotcha.
So,
These
I still have
units-
hot water, which I wouldn't if I had an
Electric?
electric hot water, or I still have a propane stove.
Even if the
That's-
gas works in these units, Marita, the fan won't when electricity's out, so.
Oh, I know, but I still have hot water and still make my coffee.
Right. It's a library, so, right?
I was just,
In your district.
I mean,
Oh, it is?
in my district.
Oh, that's in your district, the library that we're talking about, I think.
Well,
The
it doesn't
amazing
matter.
cost
I just-
savings we will have
I
is
just
why.
didn't understand why
And-
you were converting, that's all.
Well, it's still a good point though, because we're neutral with what we're presenting. So this is what, in talking with facilities, I said this would be better for the library is the reason we went this approach, more cost effective. So on the control side, 26 are currently with Delta controls out of those 54. So we'll replace those units and then put those same controls back on them. And then 28 will receive additional controls. The benefits are below. It's all facility driven and comfort driven. So it can be done on. There'll be in certain places there'll be overrides where you can come in and hit an override for 2 hours, as opposed to having it on and staying on all day and all night. And there'll be alerts. Most important thing is the facility is able to get alerts and alarms if there's a problem, and we can set those levels on to what those alerts and alarms will be distributed, at what level, whether it's functioning, not functioning, or whether anything in between. So that's very important for the controls.
So let me live there for a minute. So
Sure.
I don't want to oversimplify the controls. Many of us know what our consultant in this case is referring to, but for the public's sake, it's not as simple as a thermostat. And in many cases, that's as simple as what we have. And so if the thermostat gets adjusted in a facility and it gets changed really low or really high in summer or winter, then the unit runs 24 or 48 hours. If for some reason the thermostats don't get adjusted, then those units are running literally 100% in some cases for days. And so this essentially is software that allows our staff to be able to adjust the units from afar and do troubleshooting without going out to every one of the units. So it's not just a matter of saving money because we're running the units less, but the units last longer, but it's a huge savings of time for our staff not to go. When we get to the end, I'm going to bring up a list of all of the units that we'd be looking at, and you'll see that some of them are in Arnold and Murphy's, and those require us every time to go out to those sites to be able to address anything. So it'll save us a lot of staff time and being able to troubleshoot those units.
That's another thing too is that your older systems were all on or all off. The newer systems are basically designed to be on all the time, and by varying frequency, et cetera, we can adjust the rates. So it's a whole different way of thinking.
Correct. You're right.
It's the start and stop that's a killer,
right,
as we well know. I guess maybe I want to go back to my other question about HERS, because I know it's residential and I do have a certification for it. It has to do with duct testing. In other words, the age of these systems, it might be valuable if we haven't included it to actually do some duct testing, determine whether or not there's leakage into our attics or crawl spaces, et cetera, and be sure that we've cleaned that up too. It's been in residential now since basically 2006, 2007, but I just went on the internet and I don't see a whole lot with government, so it may not be required, but it still might be a smart move to do considering the age of these buildings.
Sounds good.
I have a question.
Sure.
I'm monitoring. So I'm hot and Gary's cold. I'm cold, Gary's hot, right? So who gets to control that thermostat in this room?
Neither of you.
Actually, so
Patrick.
Yeah.
It's not as simple as that, but
I mean,
yeah, it's unfortunately it's zoned. It'll be zoned the same. It'll just be controlled differently. And the controlling that you can't control individual spots, but zones is what it'll be. So it'll be the same. So the only thing that changes is this: if usually there's at the thermostat, the Delta Controls gives you maybe 5 degrees one way or the other. The controls or the facility sets that. So if you're feeling cold, you can put it up maybe 3 or 4 degrees, but you can't go up like 10. It just won't register. It'll go up to the
but
max.
who's you?
They'll still be. Yeah, it'll be set. There'll be a standard set. Then you have to talk to facilities. Say, listen, maybe this is set too low, or maybe it's set too high. It'll be a work in progress, and it'll be something that you have to, I would imagine, adjust more than once for everyone.
And that's not dissimilar to what we have now, but what we do have now, where they can be adjusted in many cases, then they stay on. If for some reason Patrick turns it up where we don't have controls, because somebody's uncomfortable, then those units stay on, creating the climate control consistently, sometimes when we're not here. So there are variances, but it won't be vastly different than what we experience now. There'll be comfort ranges that are set.
Right.
Whose comfort?
Well, it's going to be yours for sure. That definitely now.
Obviously.
But that's exactly it, though. So it's going to be trial and error. At the beginning, they'll set a base and then it'll be adjusted. And it'll be adjusted by as much you say, listen, you call facilities and they can do it right there. They don't have to come in, and then it can go from there. But the key is it is adjustable. and you got to find that sweet spot, I guess, for each room.
And you need a 4/5 vote, Marita.
Okay, things got moved around a little bit.
Did I miss something?
Oh, but the slide itself. Go ahead. You're okay. Yeah, the numbers. You pushed over there. Project costs, almost $2.9 million. This is due to the 54 units, the 2 boilers, and the controls. Again, this is the net project cost. We put at 2.4 because there was already $400,000 in for this year's annual budget to replace, I think it was 4 or 5 units, AC units. And what we did was we put an estimated, the market right now for at least what the city of Clovis has used in the past. Same company which funds municipalities up to 20 years has a 2.95 and a 3.0 over 10 and 15 years. And as you can see, what we put was the payment per month and then the annual payment next to it. So for example, on a 10-year, $24K per month, $288,000 for the year. The project's paid off in 10 years with those rates, and it's a net it's a net positive cash flow compared to what the budget of $400,000 is per year. Now you're at $288, and you're at $210 if you want to push it out even further. They go up to 20 years. This is just to give you an idea. Again, we bring options to the table, but we don't have a finance arm, or do we? It's a pass-through for us. We just bring it as an option to the table.
So I'll touch on some of these key points.
She has a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just want to be clarified. Is this the project cost, estimated cost, based on the 54 air conditioner units, the 2 boilers, and replacing 2 gas, the scope of work?
Correct.
Yes. Thank you.
Yes, it is.
So that's a nice segue to some points that I wanted to make. So we made some basic assumptions, only to be illustrative in this particular slide, except for the project cost. This is the full scope of the project as presented. The $400,000 is we just use that as an example. That's currently budgeted for HVAC units. And at the time we anticipated, Patrick's here, he can help provide clarity if I missed the target here, but we anticipated doing 4 or 5 units with that $400,000 based on what our experience has been over the past few years. So that's $80,000 to $100,000 per unit, depending on the size of the unit. And whenever we do one at a time, they're a lot more expensive. As you can see, 54 units and boilers and whatnot, if you divide that amount, that $2.8 million by the scope of the project, you'll find why we were considering 4217, because it allows us to do a project like this that is much larger, includes a lot of scope, and do it in such a way where we're not doing low bid and then having change orders to increase this over time. This is our price for that scope at this point in time. The interest rates that are here are only illustrative. Compass had just done a project, as I mentioned earlier, with Clovis. They've been working with them for a decade or more. John can speak to that, but at least 10 years. And one of their more recent projects, these were the rates that Clovis got. And the only reason we put them in here is so that we could have examples for what it might look like for us. I've worked with a financial advisor as well to get current rates, and I'll show that in my presentation. But I want to make sure for the board, we haven't presupposed this is what our financing would look like. The expected life of units of what we would be putting in place is about 18 years. I would never recommend that we borrow longer than the life of an item, although you'll see later in the presentation, we've got some units that are 44 years old, thanks to Dave Allen and his studious work. But we wouldn't use that for a cost estimate. So we stayed inside the life expectancy of the units to be illustrative of what it may look like for us. So currently we have $400,000 budgeted, and under a financing we would be locked into an annual payment that is less than what we currently have budgeted. Is there anything else you want to go wrong?
Did you want to ask a question?
Yes, I just, so you can comfortably say, even with not having hard numbers, that that estimated life cycle cost savings of 1.674 million is a conservative estimate, and which could substantially go up over the years if, let's say, our 8 cents per kilowatt hour went up, and other costs, which you can't really fathom when it's like taking certain staff off the road to go check on certain HVAC issues, in the future. So we're saving on fuel, equipment costs when it comes to vehicles, and
That's a very good
more.
point. Very good
And
point.
more. So with the project cost being 2.889 million, we're essentially going to be a cost over time of 1.215 million approximately, with this cost savings going down the road.
Yeah, we didn't put a couple things we didn't add to that. We didn't add what that time and it meant the actual time, manpower time, and we also didn't put the 12,000 a year in that's going to go away. We kept it pretty straightforward, but so there's additional cost savings to this, and they're tangible, but we just didn't. We want to keep it as raw as possible, because we could get down to the weeds, but it's a lot of guessing. We know it's there, but.
No, absolutely understood, and I can appreciate that. A conservative savings there is better than...
We want to hit that for sure.
Yeah.
So first, everything you said, absolutely correct. One piece I want to add in, what we didn't look at and isn't calculated in the savings is the difference between what our units currently run versus what more efficient units would run. It was 1-to-1 comparison. If a new unit has to run for 8 hours and an old unit has to run for 8 hours, just the difference in energy consumption on a 1-to-1 ratio, where frankly we know it's not a 1-to-1 ratio. We know older units have to run longer to achieve the same amount of climate control, and we know our units, by virtue of not having controls, run far longer than they need to, and that hasn't been factored in either.
Right.
So it's really, this is the lowest possible bar we could get to. We did that by design, because I don't want to be coming here and saying, we absolutely promise we're going to save this amount of money, and have too many variables in there that we couldn't predict. This is a very predictable number based on industry standards.
We also don't know the cost. There's two other factors real quick, like you mentioned. One is the cost of doing it with economy to scale. Two, is not factored in the savings to either, or is what the units are going to cost in 5-10 years. I mean, gosh, I don't even know where that's headed. So to your point.
You also, on your figures here, with $24K a month or $288K yearly for the 10-year, or even the 15, the 17.5 and 21, or 210, you can actually subtract 93,000 from either one of
Correct.
those numbers. Correct. So
Yes.
that's not the total cost here.
Right.
On the savings, and if the cost of electricity goes up, it's even more increased savings here.
Yeah, we like that's worst case scenario is the 288 and the 210.
Correct.
Right. Bottom line. And every time I don't put this slide in, I'm asked about this slide, so I always put it in now with the environmental impact. From the EPA, these are the numbers that with the 1 million plus in KWH annual savings is going to represent per these items that the county would understand, especially, garbage trucks, acres of forest saved, homes, electrical use over a year. This is life cycle.
Okay, so moving on, this is just going to be another snapshot similar to what Compass provided in their presentation. I worked with a financial advisor on this, which is a government financial advisor. So this is more like what a borrowing for us would look like. It's not got all the details in it, but I want you to see what the true cost of borrowing would be before we even consider this as an option. So there's a couple key things. Frankly, I'm not sure why we have the 2.6 in here. There's a couple of key points I want to make, though, in a financing. There's cost of issuance that has to get factored in, And these are things, you'll see the notes here. There's bond counsel if necessary, financial advisor if required. Depending on what type of financing we go with, there's required outside consultants we have to utilize for the type of financing. Obviously, there's interest costs as well. These were the current rates. So depending on when and if we were to go forward, the rates could vary. If they're relatively low, they've been beneficial. If over time they go up, we'll be subject to whatever the costs of borrowing are at that time. So really, I just wanted to show, similar to what Johnny had provided in his presentation, these are more current rates, and I really wanted to illustrate that there is a cost of issuance to a borrowing that we'd have to incur. So obviously under 4217 and important to council is that we establish that there's cost savings in electricity. That's required under 4217 for us to even consider the procurement method. In our particular case, the cost savings isn't as much as you would typically see if they were working with the PG&E customer. All of us that are on PG&E know we're paying much more than we have the benefit of going through the JPA. But even at a very low energy rate, we still have energy cost savings, and that's an important hurdle to get over to even be able to exercise 4217 of the government code. One of the other important hurdles is having a benefit to the agency, and one of the significant benefits that we've talked about in other meetings is having the elimination of R22. It's a controlled substance as of January 1st. We won't be able to buy it or transport it any longer. The only way we'll be able to get it is from contractors that are reclaiming it from other units and bringing it to us, and then it becomes a commodity, and it's about 3 times as much as what a normal cost would be. I can't remember the year. I think it's 2023 where we can't have any units. I could be wrong about the date. I don't want to misspeak on that, but I know in the future we won't even be able to have these units if we have any that live that long. There's a benefit in having all of our units modernized at one time, because we have training on the units, we'll have parts that we can inventory, rather than when I show you the list of units that we have, they're all over the board. So we're fortunate that we have somebody as experienced as Dave to be able to manage all these, but it's not the best way of doing business in the future. And then our controls will be standardized, so the way we manage all the units will be an additional cost savings. However, there's obviously a cost, and I mentioned those cost of issuance. It's really important to note whenever we borrow, just like most of us, when you secure a loan, you have to have some sort of collateral. And frankly, I see this as a cost. The county has been very wise in not indebting itself, and considering doing this increases our debt load, obviously, by the amount that we would be considering. So that's certainly a cost of doing the project. So there's some options. The pay-as-you-go option, that's what we're currently doing. Currently, we have $400,000 budgeted, but that's for 4 or 5 units. I'm going to show you the list of units. What you'll see is at least 20 of the units are past their useful life that we're replacing, and the ones that aren't past their useful life are added. We have units that are 40, 41, 44 years old that really had a useful life of 20 years. And if it weren't for the grace of Dave Allen taking care of these, we wouldn't have had that benefit. Obviously, we're here talking about financing, and then the last option here is we can defer the decision entirely. But before you do that, I want to bring up the list of units and talk you through some. I realize this is small. I'll show you the whole just to get started. There's some hidden columns and I can open them up. They're like the tonnage of the units and things like that. But basically, it's a list of the units and where they're located, the type of refrigerant they're running on, so you can see they're primarily R22 units, the age of the unit, and then notes about where they are in their life cycle. So I want to scroll, I want to size this so you and the public can see it better. But if you look in this particular column of all of, and this isn't all the units, I can scroll down farther, but you can see the majority of the units, 44 years old, 44 years old, 42 years old, 41 years old. Now, I wish I was 41 years old again, but it's not good in terms of an HVAC unit. I learned earlier in Josh's presentation that it's not necessarily good to talk about the district that a road is in, but to show where these units exist. Shoot, I'm losing some of my
District 1. They're all in Gary's district.
They actually are all over.
There's more.
Library Murphy's, Library Arnold, Moke Hill Museum. These aren't just these units that are here. So what's most important, obviously being facetious about where the HVAC unit lives in terms of districts, but they're not just here at the county government center, and they're not just our employees that are affected either. Many of these are spaces that have public access and provide a community benefit as well. So I can certainly go through this list in more detail if you'd like to look at it, but I wanted to illustrate that they're all over the county and that the majority of the units we're talking about are beyond their useful life, with the exception of newer units we wouldn't be replacing, we're just adding controls. The ones that aren't past their useful life are not young either, so they're getting really close to being used up. And then the last piece before we come back to some direction from the board, I'd really like to give Patrick the opportunity to talk about some specifics and you hear his perspective about where he stands on the project.
Excuse me, Supervisor Moses, you have a question, or do you want to wait for Patrick?
Well, maybe this is more
apologies.
for Patrick, though, that's fine. The thing that I don't notice up here, Patrick, is the SEER ratings on these newer units, because I think that would be important for us to understand.
Which rating?
The SEER, S-E-E-R rating. You're looking at newer units here, 410. They're probably SEER 16 or
Yes.
somewhere they're close to that. And you're committed that you're going to stay with a known gas, a 410 gas.
Yes.
So we're not looking at, like, newer refrigerators at your home now are running on propane.
No.
So let's be careful not to get exotic here.
No, absolutely.
Stay with a proven gas, and we've already got these in our system. We know how they work. We know when they leak, what happens.
Right.
Where you get into exotics, and you're going to get gumming and gooing and all kinds of garbage in them. So I think having a SEER rating on those newer units would be helpful.
Right, and also you make a good point, because when contractors come to us, they want to sell us the Cadillacs of everything. So we squeeze the fat out of that and come down to what do you really need and what is the most cost effective and energy efficient. We add that element to it. So we've done that squeezing very hard over the past 4 months, to your point. So that's, well made. And so, go ahead, Patrick. Sorry, I didn't mean to take your...
No worries. Yeah, we're getting ready to go into my worst time of the year, which is early spring. Early spring, we start kicking the units in. We start dusting them off, getting them ready. That's where we start seeing the initial failure for the year. With the addition of PSPS, I'm anticipating a much greater failure rate with these units, because with the hard stop and the hard starts that we're seeing in those, that's the last straw that breaks the camel's back. So this year, we would normally be going in wondering which of these units are most likely to go, but this year we're already starting off where we have 2 main units that will not start this spring. So we don't have the luxury of saying, let's just wait and see. We already know we've got 2 units, and the situation with these is they're up at the animal shelter. So do we go ahead and spend the money towards the animals, or do we hold it for the humans, or do we just hope animals are good and we won't have any more failures this year, which is highly unlikely. So certainly overdue for the program, and Dave and I have spent a lot of time with them, and it's given me a lot of encouragement that in my opinion, we had a lose-lose scenario here because we could not get ahead of it. This gives us a very good option to get ahead of it and stay ahead of it. This campus has not been given this opportunity for a solid start since we opened the doors in '62. So basically, we'll be back to where we were when we originally opened the building or opened the campus, and then we can hopefully maintain them for another 42 years.
So, I'm sorry, Denny.
I do have a question. I don't know if you can answer it. We're going to buy 54 new units. We're going to take 54 old units off. What do we do with them?
Contractor.
So
takes them
part
away.
of the RFP will be him disposing of them?
Oh, yes.
So this number, the hard number that you have here,
Right, it's a not to
that's gonna-
exceed.
it's not exceed, because that could throw it up.
Yeah, we don't, and another thing with Compass is we don't, no change orders. This is it. If we miss something, it's on us.
You got that on film, right?
We take all the risk. We
got
take
that.
all the risk, yeah.
All right.
I have one thing to add to that. If they're getting rid of the old units, do we get any savings off of them reusing the R22 and selling it 3 times as much?
That's called a black market, and I have no idea.
I will speak to that creatively, because we've been in a situation of paying more and more for R22. The jail is slated to be demoed. I had to decommission 18 units on that building, so the company that decommissioned them would gladly take that R22, clean it, and then sell it for a great deal of money.
Wow.
We opted to, instead of getting a credit for it, we paid them a couple of dollars a pound to clean it and give it back to us. So I am now in possession of about 100 pounds of R22 that has a huge value to us, just getting us through this time right now, because Dave is depleting 10, 15 pounds every few months on units that are leaking.
So I'm not Patrick's
Understood.
attorney, but
So you just answered my question effectively, is they do give you a credit on it if they clean it up and sell it someplace else?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Okay, understood, thank you.
So for the record, we have our 22, but we can't transport it, so we could only use it on the campus. We won't take it into any other sites throughout the county. Just wanted to be clear on that.
Just don't hit the
And
highway.
I won't tell you where I'm storing it either.
Either.
Across state lines is out.
No, that's true.
So I typically am conservative and wouldn't normally suggest that we go borrow $2.5 or $2.8 million. This county has been very responsible in that way and not indebted itself. But at some point, we come to it being strategic to borrow, even though there's a cost of borrowing. In my own opinion, and I presented this in July, and Patrick can weigh in on it as well as his thoughts, but we're to the point where we have so many units that are about to fail, that $400,000 we're budgeting now isn't going to accommodate it. And we take some risk into the future if we take the pay-as-you-go method. And even though I don't typically support borrowing, in this case, it's strategic to flatten out what our expenses would be over the next 18, 15 years, 10 years, whatever we borrow, and we take that risk. And I talked in July about this being an unfunded liability, and that liability is only going to grow. So again, I do it reluctantly, but my suggestion is that we consider a financing option. In speaking with the auditor, she also had very good thoughts on how we might be able to bring the amount we borrow in looking at other projects, et cetera. So I just took a very dry read of it just to present numbers that we're familiar with in our budget. But I'm concerned if we don't do anything, this problem that's a $400,000 in this year problem in this budget could be much greater next year with the amount of units that we have that are at risk.
I'm going to try to bring this thing around. So what you're seeking from us is direction to continue this process, seek out the financing, you'll bring back to us a final deal.
We
Is that what you're
have
asking?
to bring financing back. What's most
Right.
important is that while I'm seeking direction to pursue the financing, I hope to avoid a situation where we say, hey, go investigate the financing, and then we'll see where we're at. I'd hope to test for a little bit better commitment, because if we go invest the time and effort, we'll also have to pay potentially for some of the consultants, bond counsel, potentially depending on the financing option, and invest a lot of time, and then we could we potentially go get the financing and then not be able to apportion it. So we can take it in steps. I can get scenarios and I can bring them back and present them again and then get more direction at that point in time. But it's not just as simple as, please go investigate more.
You want us to share some commitment before we start putting in all the extra time?
I'd really appreciate that.
Very good. Let me move to public comment, then we'll come back and we'll get you a final call. Anybody want to comment on item 29? Yes. Madam Auditor Controller, welcome.
Thank you. We do have a public finance policy and procedure guide, and it does establish a debt advisory committee, of which one board member, and so I would like to propose that the committee meet on this prior to doing anything.
Prior to closing a deal, or can we run these things concurrently?
Well, part of what the committee is supposed to do is to look at all the options and to consider whether there are other projects. So,
yeah. So how does that work with our planning here? Or what's your
So in next steps, I mentioned if the board gives us the direction, then I'll obviously work closely with the auditor controller, and then as we pursue options, the debt committee would be the first vehicle to bring in and look at the options. I hope this doesn't divert from the importance of the debt committee, but I think it's important to have the direction of the board to be able to investigate it. Otherwise, I'm just talking about the project to the debt committee. So I took them in order to say, if the board's interested in this, then I can go start working on what different debt options are and put those scenarios together for the debt committee, and then they're vetted before I come back to the board.
Okay. Anything else? Or,
nope, that's
okay,
it.
I'll open it up for the rest of public comment. Would anybody else like to comment on this before we bring it back for further? Don't go too far, Auditor Controller.
If the HVAC or whatever they're called, if you don't use electricity because of power outages, what are you going to use? That's my question.
Okay, is there other public comment on item 29? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. How do you guys want to approach?
Yeah, I think it's a great idea that we just simply give direction, and then you can lay this out. Then we can decide from a debt perspective what it is that we can do to bring back to you the options and to the board to decide which of these options. And we may come up with 5 or even 6 options. There's a lot of ways that we can make this happen, and then let the board decide what they're most comfortable with.
Supervisor Stopper? Make a statement? Supervisor Callaway, I apologize.
It's okay. On the cost benefit of financing, one of the options is you must have collateral, i.e. the county building. I thought we've already have the county building as collateral for the, I want to say the jail or the SO's office. So are we double dipping the?
We do have some that are collateral, but any county building that's not already leveraged could be utilized for collateral. And depending on the type of borrowing, there's lease options. We'll just have to investigate those through the debt committee, but there's several properties that are valued far greater than $2.8 million that we do.
Yeah, we'll give them the old jail. Mr. Alt, one thing on 4217 I wasn't clear on. Under the first 42 side said, state agency heads may make findings without holding a public hearing, yet for the county, we have to hold a public hearing?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I would like to poll, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I'd like to poll the board on following. The board is in support of this project, looks forward to bringing forward a final. Is that enough for you for what you need?
Yes.
Does that work for everybody? Let me do a poll. Supervisor Toffenelli? Yes. Supervisor Stopper?
Yes.
Supervisor Mills?
Yes.
Supervisor Callaway?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's a great project. Let's get her done.
Thank you.
Patrick, thank you.
Thank you.
I think Dave also.
Patrick,
30 years of keeping those machines running, that's impressive.
Yes. Thank you.
He's leaving, that's why we're doing it.
Yeah, now we're panicking.
He's gonna retire.
One guy who knows how to fix this stuff. All right, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Supervisor announcements. In compliance with AB 1234, chaptered as Government Code Section 53232.3D, board members shall provide brief reports of meetings attended at expense of the agency at the next regular meeting of the legislative body. This report is required to include meetings attended for which there has been expense reimbursement, such as mileage, meals, lodging, etc., but may also, at the board member's discretion, include any other meeting attended by the supervisor on behalf of the county.
Who would like to go first? Supervisor Mills.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas to you. Supervisor Stopper?
I attended the Hardwood Advisory Committee. I'm not sure if the library charges us for having meetings over there, so I don't think there's any cost to the county. But it was a very, very good meeting. We had members of RCD there, CAL FIRE, the Cattlemen's Association. I mean, just a large group of people that are very mindful of the environment when it comes to hardwood, and the conversation continued on to fuel reduction and other things that would affect the hardwoods. And we have a lot of people very involved in the community when it comes to these issues, and we have a lot of people putting forward a lot of good hard work. And there's going to be another meeting, I believe, tomorrow evening at Calaveras Consolidated to discuss fuel reduction, Gary, in our areas around there. I'm not sure if they reached out to you and asked if you would like to be there, but I think.
Yeah, but I have another commitment.
Oh, okay. No problem. I just want to make sure that you're aware of it.
I was aware of it. I have a commitment already.
Yeah. All right.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Toffenelli?
Yes, I want to bring up that Supervisor Garamendi and myself attended the Facilities Ad Hoc Committee meeting last week. And as part of that report that I want to report out is that the first meeting in January on the 14th, or the second meeting, we're going to be bringing an RFP to the board for the board's acceptance to go out for pricing to bring down the old jail. We have, Aspen has put together the whole package. He had drawings and the whole package together. He had a few items to do on it that we discussed that he needed to add into the RFP, but that will be coming forward to us probably the second meeting in January for our approval. And then I would think it would be out for maybe 4 weeks, 5 weeks, and then bring back to us for the results and our approval. And it looks like sometime in March that building will start coming down. Finally.
Supervisor Callaway?
On Christmas Day, there'll be a community dinner free community dinner at the Native Sons Hall in Murphy's, and it's been going on for well over 30 years. And it's very much a community event, and I hope to see some of you there, if not all of you. 1 to 3.
Okay. I would like to, I have nothing to report on AB 1234, but I would like to thank staff and everybody who participated in a very productive year, and I hope everybody on this campus and in part of the county enjoys their holiday season, gets a chance to recharge their batteries a little bit, and I know we'll come out guns blazing for January. So I want to thank everybody, especially Madam Clerk, who's kept me in line all year. No easy task. I already ran through a council, so I was able to keep you. CEO, would you have anything to report? Madam Council? Madam Clerk? Very well. This meeting stands adjourned. We'll see you all next year.